Thanks. Come back soon. Well, well, well. Back again, are we? Yeah. Don't worry, I'm not going to give up on you. They can hack my $49 burner phones all they want. You are worth much more to me. What disappoints me is idiots that would think, man, I don't connect nothing to nothing, okay? If you want to get at my money, you're going to have to come physically and pry it from my hands. You're not going to be able to do it electronically, so forget about it. Where were we? Billionaires. Money is stupid. Money is stupid. You know why? Because it causes people to become too emboldened, and it causes you to fail. And let me explain. Money represents work, right? You do something, you get some money for it. Well, what happens when your work gets buried in the freaking ground or in a bank? Are you getting me? Life stops. As soon as you start getting into where that becomes the focus on everything, now don't get me wrong, you need money, you need a medium of exchange. But as soon as you start, getting to the point, when a person starts to become rich, their mindset should change. It should be like, wow, now I can help people. That's, there was one time, there's many times, but this one time was during Christmas, and it was Christmas Eve. And yeah, kind of weird to hear a Jew talking about Christmas, but I didn't know. So it was Christmas, and we were, had handout lottery tickets. Ma would always buy the lottery tickets and hand them out. And I'm scratching off this ticket, and I'm looking at it, and I'm going, oh. And then I scratched off enough to see enough, and I jumped. They said my head almost hit the freaking ceiling. All right, I'm as white boy as it gets. All right, I can't jump. And and when I did that, and then obviously, 250 pounds jumping and slamming into the floor, I went, I won, and I was all happy. And I turned around, and my family was sitting there. We had a sectional couch in front of the fireplace, and you would stand up to kind of like, hey, this is what I got, right? Well, that's what I got. And so they're all sitting there, and I just start firing off at them. I'm like, I'm buying you a house, and I'm buying you a house. And those are the grown-ups. And then I go, and you're going to college. And then the next grown-up had just bought their house. And I had to think, I'm paying off your house, and you're going to college, and like I had 200 grand spent like that. Gone. And that was the best freaking day of my life. Microsoft. Billy. Let me tell you about William. 100% biblical. 1 million forgiveness for his employees. You can read his book. I haven't read it. I don't know, except for what somebody has told me about it. That's my bibliography if you want it. I don't read. I have hundreds of books. I might even have 1,000 books. I can't read. I look for the bits and pieces that I need to get out of it, and then I'm like, okay, enough of that shit. Put it in motion, right? But that's exactly what Bill Gates did. And he has a book, and when he describes his company, he says there's no time clock. You would show up to work, and there's no time clock. And there's people running around in like shorts and flip-flops and whatever, and he doesn't care. And you walk up and you're like, wow, man, I got hired. I didn't know. Are we still like starting? And and then he's like, oh no, yeah, we're good. Well, where do I punch in? He's like, no, there's no time clock. You should know what your job is. Just do it. And well, okay. And then guess what? His only parameters really, as far as firm, firm expectations, was that if you screwed something up, you had to document it big time. You had to document it really, really big time. He is 980 years old. Me? No, no, no. Much older than that. Time. What is time? Do you want to know what time is? This is how I feel about time. Time is the best thing to build anything out of because it never ends. It never ends. There's always that next second to like, well, build or destroy. Self-learning is a business. Ay, ay, ay. Self-learning is life. Every day you should learn something. The most important thing to learn, you need to train your eyes to the needs of others. If you help them, I mean, think about it. If I'm one person and I'm capable, right? I'm functioning. Well, what happens if I help to make somebody else a functioning individual that can enjoy their life, right? Isn't that fair? I think that's like wise. It's like teaching people how to fish instead of, you know, I think that's probably what the whole fishers of men thing was about, right? But well, see, and right there, I wouldn't draw a line. I wouldn't say Palestine or Israel. I'd say you're both wrong. It should be shared. And I'm going to tell you why. And God put his finger on that day when it started. And a lot of people don't realize it. Do you realize that was a harvest festival? That was a harvest festival. Now go look in the book, because that's what I'm a lawman. I just go by the law. Okay. And I'm not judging you if you don't, but that was a harvest festival. And in the harvest festival, guess who is supposed to be invited? Everybody, stranger, sojourner, slave, free. It's like, it is the purpose of that festival is say, we are blessed. Well, guess what? My understanding is that the Palestinians are pretty much like the Mexicans for the Israelis. They used to pick all their fields and everything. They used to work over there. And who wasn't invited to the harvest festival? Technical. Now, I'm not vindicating the response. That is where I stop and draw the line. But that is also a boiling point that anybody with any kind of brains should have been able to see as a possibility of occurring. Our God wants all of the families together. No more brother again. There's two kingdoms that are going to exist here. One of woe and sorrow for what we've done as we become one kingdom, or it's going to be brother against brother, hand against hand. It's either or. There's two kingdoms. That it isn't about Ishmael, his blood. It's about laughter. Ishmael means man, question mark, God. That's a problem. That doesn't indicate a relationship. Okay? What happens in laughter? Everybody's laughing. Everybody. You, me, we had, when we had, there's more things that come into play besides that being a harvest festival. That was actually 70 years as well. So that would have been a 70th week. Okay. And that's when things happen. Everything happens on the numbers. Okay. Remember when our little problem showed up in 20? No, genocide is not justified, but what is justified? Irreverence is justified. Okay? Genocide is not good. See, here's how people would read scripture. I have given them into your hand, And that thing, and they would hear that and they would think that that means that it's okay, then I can destroy them. No, if you're given into my hand, I'm to take care of you. I'm to feed my enemy, clothe my enemy, pray for my enemy. Basically, I don't have any enemies. None. In fact, if you were to ask me that question, as who am I for? I would say, I'm not for you or your enemies. Because if you have enemies, you're obviously not of my Father. Clear? The sons always do what they see their fathers doing. And there's two fathers. If you're a person of war and whatever, you just got to stop. We've had 70 years to resolve that relationship and to try and restore it. And every moment of every second of every day that a flag went up saying, destroy Israel, kill Israel, we should have been showing why we didn't want them to be that way. Why would you want to destroy us? We're not blessing them enough. God said we're supposed to be a blessing. Let's be a blessing. Bless them more, harder. Throw it in there. We're dumping all our money into them. Doesn't matter. They don't feel blessed. We gotta put it in there up to their freaking knees. Swimming in it. Remember that? We don't understand this book. Well, I loosely associate myself with the we as being, unfortunately, a part of a person in this time where I am an unclean man amongst unclean people, and I have seen the face of God, and I am doomed. That's how I feel. And so I can't eat, I can't sleep, and my life's falling apart. And I beg for any pastors, preachers, teachers, anybody, help, please. Jesus is Lord and Savior. Jesus should not have been killed. Okay? Paul said that in 1 Corinthians 2:8. If the people of if the leaders of the time had known this, they would not have crucified the Lord of glory. Do you know what made him the Lord of glory? Because he was the Son of Man, but he was also a Son of Man. He was the Son of Man because, like I understand, I am a Son of Man, and you are a Son of Man. When Jesus said, the Son of Man has nowhere to rest his head, what he was saying was, me as a person, to rest my head is to choose a father. I put my rest in him, right? Well, guess what? As a son of man, I'm either a son of God or I'm a son of perdition. I'm either or. That's in Numbers 23:19. Is God a man that he should lie, or a son of man that he should repent? Wait, well, a son of man has to repent? Yes, because in this place where your feet are buried right now is a fallen world, and your father is the devil. Your spiritual father is the devil, and you need to be reborn. That's what Jesus was teaching. This is hell, the place prepared for the fallen. Hi. Sucks, doesn't it? And we killed him. We brought a curse on ourselves like you can't believe. Wow. Listen, there's no partiality in Scripture. If you read one thing, you have to see that it is truth in every instance, in the was, the is, and the will be. And so when he said, you just wait and see what he does to the people that kill his son, That wasn't just for the Jews. I'm sorry, but we're sitting in a bad place right now. And because they rejected his son, and in a sense, they're rejecting you then as well. They're not being the blessing they could be. We are not being the blessing that we could be, is the point. There's even teachings in the Torah, or not in the Torah, but like in the Tanya, where they talk about the man made of words. What does that sound like? Doesn't that sound like the word became flesh? You know, it's like it's just all the same thing marketed under different labels, and it's sad. It's exactly what we were warned about. Branding. And it's like, you would read the prophecies where Isaiah is basically pitching us off as like murderers. And he says that, branding. And that's what it is. That's not your God, it's my God. Oh, wait a minute, he made me too. We got a little problem, don't we? We're pathetic. We are pathetic. John, where is hell if the kingdom of heaven is inside of you? The kingdom of heaven is right in front of me. It's trying to come out of me. The workers are few. We have too many people that want blood on their hands and on their heads. I think that's what they said when they, said to crucify Jesus, right? Let his blood be on our heads and on the blood of our children. And even that whole scene that what happened in the New Testament is like ridiculous. Yeah, in front of me is hell as well. Both of them. I see both. Exactly. I'm on that narrow path, standing right in the middle, knowing that guess what? The reason why you, as dirt, and this is as per the Bible, and I'll profess myself to be a dirtbag, okay? The earth is not the only existence. Souls do not exist, nor does heaven or hell. Okay, well, good for you. You've transcended reality. I see you are at peace. That's good. If you are at peace and you don't believe anything, well, then that's good, because then it means you believe nothing. And that's good, because that means you're not going to bother anybody in the name of some God. So there, even irreverence is justified. See how simple that was? Why do we take this book and want to fight with it? It's for farming. You're a bag of dirt. I'm a bag of dirt. It's to help you grow from the inside out, and hopefully to understand, I don't know, potential, ability. Jesus said we're supposed to do greater things than him for Christ's sake. I like saying that because I can say that. Some people don't like it. He just said for Christ's sake. And it's like, well, it is for Christ's sake. Shebang! When you know the truth, it's a double-edged sword. And it's like walking through a crowd, just freaking mowing them down. You want to get an argument with me and Bible, you won't have a foot to stand on. And I'll cut off your thumbs. Your phone is garbage and so is the service. I know. Hey Gandalf, would you rather watch a tree grow or a knee grow? A knee grow. I don't get it. I love it. Being old. No, it doesn't. Who's paying your phone bill? You're paying mine. Yeah. Your Honor, behold, I rest my case. Destroy at will. And like I said, he'll use us to do it. Not everyone can digest the harsh reality. What does that mean? Namaste, namaste. Sounds like something you're screaming as you're getting ready to kill somebody, or maybe as you're dying. Namaste, namaste. Hello from Calgary. What's up, Sean? Hey, Sean, dude, brother, you have entered into like riff-raff of hell in here. There's like people. Hey, is that Ease? Hey, it's easy. Sean, hold. Dude, what the chat says about your beard. See, it's funny. I was just about you. He's got my back. We're on the same page, bro. Yeah. Hey, Sean. Yeah. Like, people are nuts up in here. They're attacking me. I'm Gandalf, and it sucks to be old. I don't know. The tears I cry aren't for myself. So you figure it out. Who's suffering there? You know. Same book. No, you know what happened? I found out, or I was looking at the Psalms. Oh, it's a butterfly. Sorry. It's better than that giant wombat bee thing that keeps coming here. There's some bee that's flying around here. There's been a few of them actually, but I don't know. It looks like it looks like a flying socket, like, you know, that thing you attach to a wrench and take the bolts off of a car, you know? I mean, like, this thing's insane. It's like shiny black, and I hit one of them with my little blaster racket, knocked him into the lawn, and then figured, okay, I better make sure he's dead. So then I hit him 5-6 times, cooking him. And then he got mad and grabbed onto the racket, and I kept the button pushed, and he started smoking. And I figured, okay, he's probably had enough. So I fling him off into the driveway. And then something just made me go, you should check to see if that thing's still there. And I looked, and that thing managed to take off. It's like, and so now when they come around, now because of that knowledge, I'm freaked out because this thing is like unstoppable. I mean, if you're wail on something with a tennis racket and knock it 40 feet and then electrocute it, you know, until it smokes and then it gets up and walks away, the Lord is doing something there. Because man has failed. Into the Wild. Are you broke or something? Oh, hell yeah. I'm totally broke, man. I'm totally running out of money. I got nothing left. I've been trying to call every pastor, preachers, rabbis, teachers. Before the last pope died, they were bragging about how he got an internet connection. As soon as I heard that, I sent him email because I found something about what Jesus was teaching, the way he was teaching, that ties everything together. And the Bible now makes so much sense to me that it's beyond like just for me. It's more of like an instruction book for humanity with a warning of how we're going to like wipe each other out if we're assholes. And God will use us to do it. And that book says so. And even in the end, the end of it says that there'll be someone that will be given a great sword that will take peace from the earth. And I think that's what they don't understand is that great sword that takes peace from the earth is our Bible. Start from there and start connecting dots in the other direction, right? Tie that into it. Take a rope of 3 strands and knot that up, and then work from that direction then. Okay, that's the best I can tell you. I cannot incite the reverence of anybody because they're all a bunch of doctors and they're PhDs and masters of this. And can I say this? Fuck you. Fuck all you motherfuckers that won't step up to the plate. Try and take me down because you're afraid of me. Some of you sons of bitches are writing books based off of stuff that I've said, and I know it. And I don't want to write a book. I don't want to make money like you. We need to take this book that we already have and show the world what in the fuck happened to us. Sorry. I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry at all. I don't care about ratings. Oh, they're not going to like your channel. You're not going to get monetized because you said fuck. I'm not here for money. Figure it out. I'm not crying because I'm a washed up piece of shit. I can program my whole freaking, oh my God, the things I could do with this brain if I wanted to, if I was working for money. I'm trying to save people that are hurting because of other people that have misunderstood one of the most amazing teachings that could ever hit. I don't know where it's from. That's how I'll say it. I'll put it that way. I'll say I don't know where it's from. And the reason why I say that, it has to be some kind of a spiritual thing that transcends times and lives and generations, because many generations of people have written it. But this thing is like rock freaking solid, man. There's no contradictions. You find contradictions, you come and ask me about contradictions and I'll fix it shit for you. Because some of it is written in a spiritual manner. You have to understand it from a spirit perspective. Without it, lacking a spirit, you're a pile of dust. You're just like me, normal dirtbag. Sorry. And then guess what makes you a god? The earth, dirt, is the Lord's and all that is in it, as in spirit. Congratulations, you're a god. Do you feel it's something that you need to grasp? Does it make it a big deal for you? Well, then I guess you might have a problem. But if you happen to see it as maybe a responsibility type kind of thing, that's a good thing then. Take that, let that be the crossroads, and then take off from there, right? Yeah. Listen to this. See, now this isn't fair. Can you program my vibrator? Yes, I could, but I would do it with my tongue. Team Sonic the Hedgehog. Hi. What's up, G? Gray Wolf. Checking in. How are you, man? I am upsetting people as we go. I can't help it. If you knew something, I mean, it's not to expose stuff, but this is like, grumpy ass little kid. I'm surrounded by all the people that helped everybody else in Scripture, and none of them are, the house of David, which is next door, useless. Elizabeth, same thing. Timmy over here, the guy has died already. Once on his own, and then another time I actually peeled him off the street. Yeah, I wouldn't have that neighbor if I wouldn't have picked him up. And then on this side over here, I got Bathsheba. I'm like surrounded by the kingdom. Jericho. That is a name I will never forget. Here's how you conquer the promised land. You ready? It's laid out in Scripture if you pay attention to the names. the first thing you do, you got to cross the river. What's the river? Jordan. What does Jordan mean? The descender. You gotta battle with that guy. And so then what's the next thing you do? Jericho. Jericho means it's moon. Now remember, the greater light has a lesser light. They work as a team and as a pair. You're missing one, you kind of lose the other, right? When the sun is darkened, then the moon doesn't give its light, kind of thing, right? So here we go into the promised land. First thing I do, I take out the bad guy. I got to conquer evil. And that could come in the way of, well, what was the first thing that happened when we knew what evil was? We felt fear. Conquer fear. Learn that fear is good or very bad. Verily, verily, I tell you. Cute face. Hey, how come you got a check mark? Jalia. Does that mean you're subscribed? I never knew that, if it does. But anyway, let's conquer the land. So here we go. We cross the descender, which is you got to get past evil. Once you get past evil, then you've got the moon. Now the moon supports the greater light. If you can take out the moon, what's the next thing that you're going to see? What was the next city? It was Ai. It means heap of ruins. Once you take out the moon, gone. Gone. And that's why the Jews are so up on this worshiping the moon thing. All of this stuff the meaning behind it is lost. The meaning is lost, but the remnant of it is still there, just and useless because we don't get it. The moon is the woman. Okay, you take away the moon, the man's going down. And that's actually even what happened in Genesis, right? This battle, this very same battle is described as the same thing over and over and over so many times. I can't even look at it anymore. It's like somebody taking a board and going boom and just whacking me in the head with which one, which side of your head would you like me to hit now? Boom, how would you like me to tell you the story this way? And it's like a heartbeat or a God screaming, all of creation screaming out. And we're just like oblivious. Oh, who's this? Somebody just pulled up. Please have a gun. Shoot me. Oh my God. Maybe. Can I go? Please. The hell is this guy? I don't know. He's tearing his car into pieces here. Joshua, you make a curse when you refuse the blessing. It's because it's either or. Exactly. See, this guy, Ezekiel, if I die or I'm gone, listen to him. I'm appointing him. Okay? You understand what I'm saying? That guy, Ezekiel, him. Okay? Don't laugh at me. I love you, brother. Message retracted. Oh, Jaden. Say it in a different way. Bust it into things. Like if you got to say somebody did something, they type the word knee and then, what a plant does when you water it and put light on it so that they could say, do I like? And I'm like, are you kidding me? You think I'm going to divide on the color of somebody's skin? No, that would have been my stepdad. He was in the Ku Klux Klan. Him and his brothers destroyed an entire family that lived right behind us. I can only imagine what happened after hearing those screams. That's the kind of life I was raised with. You want to know what the best gift that God ever gave that man, my stepfather? They found him froze to death in his truck, homeless on Christmas Day. He finally got to get out of here and not do any more damage, I guess. This guy just like disassembled half his car. Now I don't know what the hell's going on there. I'm going to ask him something. It doesn't explode, does it?
No.
Okay, all right.
No, a bee got in here with me.
A bee?
A bee, and I'm allergic to him, and I was trying to find out what the fuck it was.
Was it one of those big black ones?
No, it was just a smaller one.
Well, see, you don't know. Me, I meant to say, I'm one of the people that doesn't know, and I'm damn old, man.
Yeah.
So, like, there's these big ones flying around here that are like, I think I seen like FAA numbers on them and shit.
Yeah.
But I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
Seriously, here, this.
Oh, there you go.
No. I hit him from there.
Yeah.
In a nice bat. I play tennis some.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here he comes out in the lawn. What, 40 feet?
Yeah.
I lay this on top of him because he's still moving,
Yeah.
and I'm zapping him, and I'm frying the shit out of him.
Right.
He grabs onto the racket, and I'm smoking him. Now, and finally I go, and I'm like, okay, he's had enough, and I fling him off into the driveway.
Yeah.
I go to sit down, and like 30 seconds later, I'm like, I don't know why. I went up and looked, the son of a bitch was gone.
Come on.
I'm not kidding. Dude, I never lie. Because somebody will catch you in a lie, and then all of what you could say goes to shit.
Yeah, sure, right.
But yeah, oh no, man. Now I'm like, hell yeah. Now it's worse because now I know.
Yeah.
Are you Christian?
Yeah.
You know what that's called?
No.
It's called a familiar spirit.
Oh, okay.
My eyes have been opened to an evil, and now I'm, uh-oh. And so that's what happens, and that's what screws us up, because now we don't love people because we see them as drunkards or something maybe, and instead of people you can help.
No, sure.
Anybody who's suffering, I mean, there's only one mission here, love. He took an entire book, gave his life so he could do what? I mean, one word he turned it into. Love. Well, may the God send whatever to eat all the bees for you. Get that thing.
Oh, yeah, I got it.
Okay. Well, that was fun. That's how I do my ministry. Lord, send somebody to me. Send somebody I can talk to, right? Send somebody I can teach. But it's like as soon as, once we start getting into where you think it's okay to harm somebody and hurt somebody, including Jesus, no, stop. No. That was not a good Friday. That was not a good Friday. Can you imagine God pulling all his hair out going, he's saying, stop them. They don't know what they're doing. And he's like, I can't. I gave them free will. I can't. It'll make me unjust. I will be made a liar by stopping them. We were given one of the most precious and dangerous gifts we could ever have been given, because he can't take it back. He can't. And it's like, what? So now you don't even have to read. You don't even have to read that book. You have to read it probably as much as I was able to when the second or third time that I tried, maybe, you know, where he tells them, you know, if you do good, you know, if you do well, you will be accepted. But if you do wrong, sin is crouching at your door. And that's what people don't understand. Even right there, there's a pause, right? Think of it. If you do wrong, sin is crouching. If you do evil, sin is crouching. It's not there yet because evil can be used for good, but it's almost there. So you have to master over it. It's like giving you the power to use evil for good, to make that decision. We don't understand this book. We don't understand what we've been given, and we, you know, I think if there was anything that we have to do, a position to take, it's that, you know, we have to back up and go, you know what, you're alive, man. You are alive. You watching this right now, you're alive. You have the breath of life in you, which means that same whatever it is, it that has given me life is also in you as well. So how is it that I can strike against you and not be striking against myself, in essence? It's that simple. Whoa. Oh my God. Did you see that thing? I'm telling you, I don't believe in spiritual attack. If Satan's going to use bugs against me, you're going to have to get some bigger bugs, okay? I have a tennis racket. And the funny thing is that guy's, you know, he pulled over, the guy had pulled over in his car. I don't know if you caught the conversation, but he, okay, buddy, you're going down. It's time to start taking you bastards down. You know, it's funny. They can tell when you're looking at them somehow. They see the back of your eye or something somehow. If you can look off to the side and kind of catch them out of the corner of your eye, you'll have a better chance of nailing them. It's weird. I don't know. Bugs can see you looking at them. People don't believe me, but like flies have vision that like transcends like the freaking Webb Space Telescope and shit, you know. But seriously, me under attack, please. That guy was in his car disassembling the thing because a bee got in there, and I guess if he gets stung, he could die. And that was what I told him. I was like, well, yeah, I don't even know at this point. And so I said, you know, and then I gave him a Bible lesson on it, because everything in life is a Bible lesson, right? I said, you know, what you're experiencing then is, you know, what they call a familiar spirit. You are, you're aware of it. Your eyes have been opened to that evil. So that, you know, I mean, just think of it that way. That, you know, we can reduce the whole Garden of Eden thing to just one simple piece or chunk so that you can get it. And because your eyes are open to it, you respond to it. Hey, what's up, Brian? I accidentally hit my wife. What should I do? I think you should let her hit you as hard as she can. And then you should cut your hand off if you ever think you would ever do that again. That's what I think you should do. Before you do it again. What's my stand on Kashmir? What's Kashmir incident? What's up, Carl? I love that name, Carl. Carl! There's a lot of funny different places where that name shows up, right? Wasn't that the guy's name in Caddyshack? Wasn't his name Carl? I think it was. What does that name mean? What does Carl mean? I like those. I like names. Names mean things. But Paul, I'm trying to respond to you. What's your stand on Kashmir incident? What happened in Kashmir? Is this? Yeah, please don't ask me about anything to do with the news. I can't bear to watch it. When you know how to fix it, and you've been begging to ask, sounds arrogant. But the fix is quite simple. We have to start by conquering a book, a sword that has taken peace from the earth. And I will say about this sword, it is not of this world. No way. We're just all prone to violence and conflict, you know? Like even in Nehemiah, when they're building the wall, while they had their, you know, the sword in their other hand, right? Oh, this thing is bugging me. I'm not kidding. It'll sit there and hover, and then I look at it, and it'll leave. What is it? What's it with its amazement with me, right? Does it want to bite me? You know, is it like a biting kind of thing where he's looking for blood? I don't know, man. Go somewhere else. You ain't getting none of mine. Everybody gets their own. And your life is in there. Oh, I see you right there. Oh, I saw a shadow on the ground. Look at that. Oh, and you know what? I know what I could get him with, but it'd make a damn mess. Oh, look at him. You kidding me? Dude. Now I know how to spot him. I don't look out there. I look on the ground. Easy to spot. Instead of, see, what's that? And think about it. Instead of looking out into a 3D expanse, now I'm looking at a single 2D image with a dot on it. And when it shows up, there he is. And there he is. You're going to get it, pal. But you, when you go down, it's dust. I am going to grind you to pieces under my foot. And then I'm even going to look at you under my 10 power or my 16 power or even my microscope. I want to see what in the hell makes you tick. Because you're a badass. Come on. Let's go. Come to Papa. Want to play? Come on. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. Bring it. You know, if I'm allergic to bees, you guys could very well get to watch me die. Come on. Mess with the old man. Oh, now there's two of them. Bring your buddy. One of the traveling teams, huh? I'm good with that. I know, and everybody's laughing. Hey, let's watch the idiot on his porch get stung by a wasp. This thing isn't a wasp. It's like a damn cargo ship. It's like freaking huge. I'm not kidding. I can't believe that one survived what I did to it, you know. Oh, Carl's laughing. Love you, brother. Ask me what? What's the point of living when we're going to die? Well, that's it, exactly. To make more, to help everybody else to live theirs. And then it just all starts to grow like a, I don't know. I hate the idea of saying symbiotic relationships and so on and things like that, but it's like, I don't know, like as human beings, even if you want to think of like from this point and state of being like of evolution or something, and I say that as a side, not as a belief, but whatever. I think everything evolves. Everything evolves over time, right? And to believe that we're outside of like this place, like, we're not connected to it somehow. You know, sorry, but we came from here somehow, right? I mean, even if you Garden of Eden created from mush, whatever the case, planted here by aliens, which is actually, maybe not such a bad idea. Hang on a minute. It's funny. You can just walk out there and just be like around your head, and here they come. Pow! Ay, ay, ay. What in the hell are those things? That ain't right. Who in the hell designed that? It's war. Can you smoke a cigarette? No. Cigarettes are bad. Smoking is bad. Can I smoke? Have I smoked? Yeah. I don't know. I've watched too many of my family members die and suffer from that kind of a thing. Even my mom, she's basically suffocated to death, But any advice for a young lad? Well, what kind of advice do you want on? Number one would be, I'd ask, do you have a good father there that can, tell you about all the trouble that he's gotten into or avoided or learned about? Like, do you got another man figure there, or is it just your mom? Then trust your dad of all things. Because, see, in the very least, you may be able to see beyond some of his, nothing against your dad, please. But you, as a part of how growth works, will be able to see beyond his mistakes. And I don't even want to say mistakes. Shortcomings or maybe wrong turns, right? He took a long route where you can see a shortcut where you could do things a little better. And then in that way, then you honor your father. Then you're honoring him because you're taking what he's given you and you're multiplying it, right? Remember the parable of the, where they were given so much and then they multiplied it and whatever, and somebody just buried it in the ground, that thing. Yeah. But yeah, that's what I would say. I do trust him, but I like to learn from other people. Well, sure. Well, yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Am I a fan of hunting Bigfoot? No. They'd probably come hunting me. My dad has the worst advice. Yeah. But look at how you can honor him. You can honor him because he told you what you shouldn't do, even though he may have made it look like it was something that you should do. So you still honored him. He still had a purpose, right? He gave you life that you can become more and better, to do greater things than even that he did. It flies around here. It is. Yeah. Yeah. For me, that's solid advice. Rock hard. I learned that the only way to get proper advice is to grow myself. Well, think of that. It's said that if you teach somebody, that you're learning too. And so what happens is the whole process of interacting with people, instead of taking advantage of somebody to, I mean, for the things that I know, I would love to people to take advantage of me, to learn my ways. Now, to take advantage of somebody to like just, shred them from what they got is wrong. But in the same point, everything should be seen as a blessing or a possible advantage, including, sadly, bad things, right? You got the old, oh, God made me get a flat, so I avoided an accident down the road kind of mindset thing. But it's even, it's even more than that. It's, everything is kind of pre-designed and predefined. And instead of struggling with things, we'd be better off to just let it go as it goes. Two sides. And by reading hundreds of books. Oh, no. You want to know how many books I have read? Guess how many books I have read from cover to cover in my entire life. Take a guess. I want to talk about books. Let's see some numbers. Come on, I got 6 people in there at least. There should be at least 5 people. Wow, Brennan. Brennan, you honor me. But you're insane. God bless you, man. See, Brennan complimented the mess out of me because he's like, this guy's off the wall. He knows, that just happens. I'm old. When you're old, you're going to be like me too. I'm going to guess that probably nobody out here is probably older than like 30. You'll get there. And as it goes, it's going to get worse. Oh, man, it just picks up speed, and then you just start to learn so much stuff. The trick is, here's the trick. Don't let things bog you down and turn you into, that stuff, right? Because that stuff is already out there. Don't let it drag you into it. But it's hard. It's hard because it gets on you, right? I don't need crap. I don't need people, antagonizing me or whatever, but it's hard. It is not an easy life. But if you stay on track, guess what? I don't know. I guess you figure it out after a while. And these guys are going to figure out. I don't know what they're going to figure out. But yeah. Okay, how many books? 750. 78. At least 78. Brennan, do I live in Kentucky? No, but I have. You know where Paducah is? You know that city that's just on the other side in Paducah? Across the cavern there in the Illinois side. I was in jail in that town. The last eclipse marked my jail cell that I was in when I was 14. I was a thief in the night. I stole a car and was headed from Chicago to Metropolis, and I was almost running out. I can't say I was almost. I was running out of gas, almost out of gas, and I pulled over in a rest area, and I picked up a black man that was hitchhiking, and he actually helped me to get to that cross where that last eclipse made the cross. And then after spending it would have been night. So after spending 3.5 days there, I was arrested and thrown in jail for 3 days in the halls of justice, Metropolis, Illinois, the home of Superman, the man who came with the clouds. My life is all full of kinds of stories like that. My father was a carpenter and a fisherman, but he was also a volunteer fireman. I think that if you search hard enough, you will find your own story in scriptures. I think everybody's story is in there, but you can only find your own story, right? I mean, there's so many different, it's the reason why the scriptures work as they do, as in prophetically, because while they're called logos, they really should be called like Legos, because everything is made of words, right? Somebody showed up and said to this property, and even if them words were in their head, they went, let's build a house here. Somebody thought something, and then it manifested, it came out. And that's what our book is. It's literally about that kind of a thing. And I don't know, we don't get it. But again, please never ever think that I discount it down to the idea that this is like some kind of contrived thing, because they'd have to be burying stuff in the sand in places all over to get at that level, to be conspiracy, then we're talking time travel. And they broke something and they're trying to fix it, and they're just somebody decided in a time machine that they wanted to go back and see if Jesus was real or something, and then something went wrong. And then something got changed, and so now they're trying to work their way out of it. That would be more acceptable to me than saying that the Bible is just complete bunk and fabricated mission of man to control man. It's not what it is. It has no control over man. Look at man. Does the Bible control man? No, it just says what you're going to do, and it's very accurate. Extremely. Oh, you guys are throwing a million things in here. What do I got? Do I want to be friends? Hell yeah, man. Come on by. Said, I'm too tired of people to keep on going. I have no strength left, and I'm only 25. Oh my God, dude. Wow, man. Shit. That bums me out, man. Really. If I had to give you any hope, can I tell you something? I was there already. Twice. Yeah. The first time after I got out of the Marine Corps, okay. The guys I work with, their joke was, my wife's name was Wendy, and they would say, "What's Wendy's favorite wine?" And then I would, I knew what they were going to do. So I'd be like, okay, guys. And then they would all in chorus go, "I want to go back to California." And so eventually we did. And we were living out there. And hey, the day I stopped and rested my feet on the place I would call home, there was an earthquake. There literally was an earthquake. And when I left, there was quite an earthquake because I had been in a band that our booking agent had actually brought up the Kinks and the Ramones. Okay, he said we were going to make it. We had opened up for Commander Cody and the Lost Planet Airmen. Bobby Allman, who's Greg's brother. You can't get everybody. Take what you can get. But Bobby Allman, and even we were even involved in selling tickets for Sam Kinison for his show. If you know who Sam Kinison is, it looked like it was going to be a promising career, but we were also warned that a woman would always wreck it. And so we were to be weary of that. Well, that woman that wrecked it just happened to be my wife, because I felt really bad about a guy who was living here in this shithole, because this is not a nice place where I live. Trust me. Looks nice. The people here are bad. I wouldn't trust any of them. Sorry. I love being a jerk. But the guy was here and he was struggling. He was in and out of jail. He was, sticking needles in his arms and shit. And I'm sorry, but I'm a freaking hero. I'm a hero just waiting to fail. I'll throw everything I can in the mix so I can make somebody's, I don't know, help them, right? I never had a dad. It was always Superman and like underdog, or Captain Caveman, Speed Buggy. Yeah. Like those were my heroes, cartoons, and I don't know. They always did the right thing. They always won. And so I tried to take this guy in off the street, fly him out to California. He has no money, has no clothes, nothing. So pay his plane ticket, get him clothes, get him fixed up, and give the guy $300 to say, hey, buy us some Christmas presents, be part of the family. Just, trying to make him comfortable while he's undrugging and trying to figure out his thing, right? Well, this guy ends up running off with my wife. Yeah. I busted him, and it just turned out really, really bad. Ended with me putting a pistol in a guy's face. It was unloaded, of course, but it was interesting to watch him piss his pants in my chair in my kitchen. So, yeah, never had to see him again. Never saw her again until recently. Yeah, always a second coming. she was a very spiritual person, and I couldn't get into it at her level. I couldn't just blow in the wind like she did. It was really insane, her lifestyle, full on gypsy, right? And well, she took off, and then I wound up getting into computers, and then my band members, I had a computer company with 6 people, was making, lots of money, was in that band. And then they even turned on me. They turned on me because they said I lost my enthusiasm after going through all the things I went through. Wife leaves, mom dies a month later. Oh, I forgot that. Mom dies a month later, go home to bury her on her birthday, lose my job, wrongfully accused of, missing work, when I was actually in court defending a friend from being, charged with vehicular manslaughter. Yeah, I've been there, man. And so all I can tell you is don't quit. Don't give up on people, but find the right people. And those people are out there. They are out there. I'm a kid. Everybody's a kid. People brought me to the point of insanity. Just being awake is too exhausting. I literally don't have the energy to move my body. Damn, that sucks, man. I'm with you. Yep. When you see me on here, that's when I'm moving. And then there's times when I pick up my phone, I don't even feel like turning it on. It's like, yeah. The people I'm trying to reach are the ones that are in control of this sheep show. And they don't want to hear it because they're looking at, 2,000 years of concrete poured on sand. And they can't even see it. Their doctrine is bullshit. It causes wars, strife, and destruction. There's life in this book. There's life in there. And you can find it, and I can show it to you any day you want. But as long as people are teaching about division and this team and my team and whatever, and you don't start to have some empathy for somebody that's suffering and needs some help, just for the fact that that's the reason why you are actually alive. It's a purpose for your life. It's why I'm here. It's why we are all here. We just don't know it. We don't do the job. We don't do the work. And so the kingdom isn't built, and we live in what we deserve. Sour grapes, I guess, right? Planted a vineyard with sour grapes. Well, it's crazy. It seems like I will never meet the right people. See, but you mentioned something important, my friend. Time. You just said 25. 25. I'm 60. Between 25 and 60, I've seen 3 marriages. I have been under contract. Well, see, we weren't under contract. We were fighting between 3 record companies, Chrysalis, Arista, and Monogram. They wanted us to change our lyrics because they didn't like they said our lyrics were explicit. They were too suggestive. You can't say that. And so we were mulling it around with these 3 guys. So yeah, 3 record companies going on. That was going for us. Then I got into computers right at the nuts and bolts. I was building 286s. Okay? 286s. And I was making $200,000 a year. With 6 people. 3 husband and wife teams. I'm going to get you. This thing is sneaky. Now it's like hiding behind posts and shit. It's crazy, man. You're a crafty little bastard, but I see your reflection over there on the wall. You're not thinking about that, are you? That's one crazy bug. He's like taunting and stuff, right? I want to catch like 3 of them and put them in a jar and leave them sitting there until they run out of food. And then we'll see how it goes. Mm-hmm. I'm going to start mimicking his movements with the paddle. Anyway. But it's like, yeah. So where did I stop? So big computer company I had, I walked away from that. I just walked away because when Mother's Day came and the girl that I was with, I broke down in tears. It was the first Mother's Day. And then, like I said, I buried my mom on her birthday. That between February and May isn't too much. And she says, "What's wrong?" And I said, "I miss my ma." And she goes, "What?" I said, "I miss my ma." And and she says, "What?" I said, "I miss my ma, my mom." And she goes, "Your mommy? You miss your mommy?" And as soon as she started mocking me, that was it. I emptied the entire apartment out onto the driveway and sold $20,000 worth of stuff in about 20 minutes. Everything. I just gave it away. There were people that were walking up and they were ready to argue, like this guy pulls up. He didn't pull up. He parked down the street because he didn't want me to see that he had a Jeep. And so he pulls up and he goes, "Hey, how much for that?" And I don't know what the hell it was. Just, I don't know. Probably like a $2,000 kitchen table set, all nice. Yeah, we always bought the best. When I had the money, I spent the money. And he goes, "How much for that kitchen set?" And I go, $50. And he was so ready to argue that he goes, $50 bucks? He literally, it almost fell out of his mouth to start to haggle. Couldn't believe it. He turns up, "Honey, go get the Jeep," he yells to her. There's plenty of parking in front of my house. She walks all the way down the block, back to the Jeep, and then brings it. And then they start loading up all my shit because I didn't care. I just want to travel light, go. Just run away. That's how I feel at times. And from here, I got nowhere to go except my grave. I know now that I can't run from what's chasing me. I'm trying to warn you about it. But who cares really when people say you got life left? Is to say life is too short to enjoy it. No, I'm not saying enjoy it. I'm saying you're going to have to step up to the plate and keep kicking ass. I ain't telling you to enjoy anything. You're going to have your ass handed to you even rougher now just for your attitude. Hell no. I'm telling you that you still have time if you're still alive. There could be something, right? And that's where our perseverance, that's where I don't want to give up. I understand what it means to be Jacob. I won't let go until you bless me. If you believe in God, you should have that attitude. I won't let go until you bless me. That you give up on life, you've let go. Right? My predicament seems pretty embarrassingly futile. Why? Because I'm only a single man trying to tell everybody that Jesus is actually inside of you. I can prove it as per scriptures, and that we just need to open our eyes and see and be what we are. Sounds simple, doesn't it? But guess what? There's always the possibility, as long as I'm alive, and if my God lives, that he could bless that. And if it's good and right, then I should expect that he will. And so I should keep doing the work. But man, I get you. The whole wearing out the saints thing, it's a real thing. The sad thing is there are people that say that they're saints that he uses to do that. And that's the problem. It's exactly what Jesus was bitching about. Hypocrites. Hypocrites. You say one thing, I've given my life to Jesus. Yeah. I'm looking at you and you look too abundantly strapped, in my opinion. Just saying. Your neighbor next door is losing their house. You don't seem to give a shit. Don't talk to me about being a person of God. Okay? How does somebody do that? I don't know. I can't turn a blind eye to people when they're needing, High experienced man. Yeah. Yeah, that's me. I just been run through the ringer, that's all. I'm good to you want advice? I've probably been there, through it, and done it. And in the least, I'll save you the troubles I went through, right? I mean, that's only the fair thing to do. It gives me purpose. Allows me to say, okay, God, now there's a reason why you did it. I got to use that to help one other person. That's enough for me. Just one. If all of that crap helped one person, then I can't complain. Life went to life. Maybe that guy can get 10 or 20, right? I don't know. Help them all out. Oh, you didn't read the whole comment. I'm in trouble.
Hello, this is National Fuel Gas calling. Our records indicate that we haven't received a meter reading from you since December 13th, 2024. Please call our smartphone system at 716-NFG.
They haven't received a meter reading from me since December of 2024. That could be a problem. See, because I always pay my bill. But when you're not using any gas and you go inside your house, you turn the furnace off and you put on everything that you'd put on outside to live inside, maybe they owe me some money instead. Maybe I can get a refund. That'd be pretty cool. Why would I believe in Jesus? Literally, no one knows who he is. Oh, man, dude, well, see, you didn't even say that before. Why? Now, wait a minute. Why are you even asking why would I believe in Jesus? All right, do you mean like the person Jesus? Okay, because believing in a person ain't going to do shit for you. Okay, it ain't going to do nothing for you. All right, Jesus didn't even come in his own name. He says that. He says, if a man comes in his own name, you will accept him. Well, guess what? They didn't accept him. So it means he didn't come in the name of Jesus. He came in the name of who? Yahweh, the Lord. And so we all come in the name of the Lord. The Lord, when it refers to the Lord, there's a thing called the breath of life, right? Man was formed from the dust of the ground, and then he was given a breath of life. That breath of life is a spirit. So right there, You got a pile of dirt and something else, and then that something else makes the pile of dirt a person. So guess what? If you're alive and breathing, the very same thing that makes me me makes you you. And if somebody is trying to teach you differently, that you're some kind of demon and we don't, no, we might not be working for the same Father, but we still have the very same Spirit inside of us. Mine is holy, not because I'm good, because I consider everything, the whole, including you. Other people have half of the Spirit, half truths. They don't take into account all of what the Lord can do. See, the Spirit that's in you, this is what that Spirit can do. Okay? Religious people aren't going to tell you this because this conflicts with their message that it's okay to harm somebody, okay, to kill somebody for something that they did wrong, or for me to kill somebody for something that I did wrong, or to accept the killing of somebody for something that I did wrong. That's not right. That's not just. That's not fair. That is not anything of God. Okay? We all cut our own way here. The man Jesus was trying to show us that. And he said that because you will not believe me, a man who has heard from God. Was he talking to himself? Jesus was not God. The teachings is what we should grasp. So when it says that you're to believe in Jesus, sadly, you're under the impression of Christian doctrine at this point, if that's what it is that you believe. You're in the same boat that the rabbis are. The rabbis that are Jews don't believe that Jesus was the Messiah, but what they don't understand is that Jesus was teaching good teachings and not to kill him. But if you could read the book right, it will say that. When it talks about saved by his blood, it's talking about saved by his life. His life. The life is in the blood. First John. Who is a liar but he who denies that Jesus is the Christ? Jesus is the Christ, but I'm also saying that you are the Christ. You have to choose. You are also the Son of Man. Son of Man has to decide which father he's going to serve. Are you serving God or are you serving the devil? Son of Man makes that choice. Numbers 23:19. Numbers 23:19. God is not a man that he should lie. Well, good. Let all men be liars. Nor a son of man that he should repent. A son of man has to repent. Well, that's a problem, because if you're going to place the idea of the Son of Man as being some kind of a glorious title, you're wrong. Son of Man is just Son of Man. Born into a fallen world with the father, the devil, and has to be reborn to serve the Father in heaven. That's what the Son of Man is. The Son of Man has nowhere to rest his head because he has to choose between one of these two fathers, which is actually done by the works that you do, because the sons, plural, always do what they see their fathers, plural, doing. So I can tell who your father is, and there's only two, just by what it is that you are doing. And if I see you doing something that isn't what my father would approve of, well, then I know that you have a different master than me. And I am instructed by Lord Jesus to not judge another master's servant. So guess what? The battle ends right there. With my own eyeballs, I can tell. I don't even have to open my mouth. I can pray in the secret place, fire in my eyes, to say, burn it up. Is there anything good in there? Absolutely. There's the Lord in that pile of dirt. because all the earth is the Lord's and everything in it. Daniel, in my vision, no, don't hail Satan. That's stupid, because then you're hailing destruction. Don't you know what the purpose of a beating is, fat muppet? It's so that you can learn to be good. Now, that's what, when the whole thing, when Jesus is being tempted in the desert, that's what he's being tempted to do. And the desert is a shitty place. There's nothing happening here. It's dry. There's no food. There's no water. It's miserable. And I am being tempted to curse God because of this place, this miserable dust bowl, to join him, to take his bread, the word of God, and turn it into stones. Okay? That's what it's about. You wanna exalt Satan, you're gonna turn into a demon the same way. Unfortunately, you've been taught that Jesus is a Satan, and you're right. He's both. How do you like that? The Lord. Ouch. I form light, I create darkness. I make peace, I create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. You want to be Lord over your land, of your forefathers and your earth? Start with the peace that you were given right here and go from there. In my vision, as I looked, and there before me was one like a son of man, coming with the clouds. Okay, so that now, coming with the clouds, that's the NIV translation. It should say the cloud, not plural, cloud, as in daytime, the pillar of cloud. Two sides. We follow the pillar of cloud, good, or we are baptized by fire. Just as good, I guess. Jesus does that. Clouds of heaven, yeah. Calling down fire from heaven, and the two witnesses are just good and evil. They're both witnesses against you. I form light, I create darkness. Two different things. I make peace, I create evil. Two very different things. I, the Lord, do all these things. Two different things. Light is formed. Darkness is created. Peace is made. Evil is created. Darkness and evil are created. Light and peace are formed and made, respectively. Adam was formed. Eve was made. I think there's something going on here. And God said, let there be light. Yeah, darkness is light. You just have to be able to see it. Structures built over 30,000 years. Yeah, see, there you go. I don't even need to read the rest of that. Tell me about some young earth now. Structures built over 30,000 years ago still stand up with solence and dates and equinox days. Amen. You can't, I'm sorry, if it physically exists, throw your 5,000 year thing out the window. But here's the problem. This is God of gods, God of all gods. In other words, all the gods that pre-existed, the Yahweh God. Has there been any new gods have shown up since Yahweh? Oh, I guess not. God of all gods. Dagon. How do we worship God? I need to build you into this so you can see it, okay? How do we worship God? Remember the statue? Who was the head of gold? Nebuchadnezzar, right? Then this is gold, right? Up here is gold. What's this? This is silver. What is silver? Slaves' wages, works. Right hand, left hand. Okay? And that's literally about all that I need at this point. But what happened to Dagon? He was in the temple, and what was the first position they saw him in? They saw him prostrate before the ark. He was worshiping his God, the God of gods. Dagon was worshiping Yahweh, God of God, Lord of lords, King of kings, etc., etc. Done over. That's why the flood story and everything keeps coming like that. We're just seeing what he did. And then he finally reveals himself. And so then, after he was worshiping on his face, and then they stood him up in defiance, what did he look like then? Uh-oh. His head and his hands were busted off. Which is what? What gets marked by a god? This. Thank you. That was a train down the street. Creepy shit like that happens to me all the time. It wouldn't happen again if I wanted it, I'm sure. Dun, dun, dun. I don't even remember what I was talking about now. I really don't. Oh my God, he just gets into me. Father God, help me teach him. Please. They didn't do anything wrong. How can they know? They can't know. How can they know what they don't know? I'm trying to shorten the time for you, okay? That's all. That's all. Oh, he's trying to change time. See? Always got to have that negative element in there. I don't know. I guess this is my hell, to sit and watch people suffer, because it's hard for me to do. I don't want that. What kind of tyrant would I be? To just want revenge. It's not mine. I can't exact it myself. And that's why I give it to the Lord. And that's why I fear for you. That's why I fear, period. I think if I didn't have an IQ where it sits right now, I wouldn't be in this spot. I could just be like, I wouldn't have been able to figure out this puzzle or whatever it is. And I don't even look at it like that. See, I don't look at it like that. It's been given to me. It's been given to me. And why? And I don't want it. I don't want it. It's like what Peter said, go away from me. I see that you're fishing on both sides of the boat. You don't care. You're gonna reap where you haven't sown. You don't care if it's evil or good. You're still gonna reap it. I just want to make sure that whatever it is that you've given me and I have, that I haven't buried it in the ground. I'm throwing it into the damn wind, blowing it into the cloud, which is the internet if I can. I don't care. How do I do it? What can I do? Is there anything I can do? And if not, then I accept that too. I have to. It's not easy. I see it. They understand the hands. I'm telling them about them. If I was asleep, then I wouldn't care. Send me more people so I can make noise. Music. In a song nobody knows. Have you heard of Mike Hawk? Can I have it if you don't want it? What? You would make a good Muppet. Oh my God, what are you guys doing in here? Man always thinks it's about mankind. It's not. And that's true. Most of us only think we have met God. No, actually, you know what? If you want to meet God, you need to go look in the mirror. He is actually inside of you, hidden in the ground, in the dirt. Trying to get out. See, but he can only do it in one way. You know, when Jesus said the Son, the Son always does what he sees the Father doing. Okay, simple. Half of, Jesus got the one half of the teaching. That's great. That's good, right? Guess what? The sons always do what they see their father doing. In other words, there's two kinds of sons, two fathers. If he's in you, for him to come out of you, you have to display his works. But you start putting any of that in the Christian perspective. It's like, oh, it's not about works. I'm sorry, but your works prove who your father is, because the son always does what he sees his father doing. So no good works, who's your father, right? It doesn't mean that you have to go out trying to do good works. You can sit peacefully by yourself. If you're not doing any bad works, at least you got that going for you. But, I think what got missed, what was hidden in Jesus' teachings, And even as in some of these other gospels, Gospel of Thomas is not, don't write that off. Don't write off the Gospel of Thomas, whatever you do. That thing is solid as a rock. It's connected to the New Testament like and the Old Testament like nobody's business. Right down to the fire and stones coming out of them if you say something against me. It's like, and again, it's just a riddle. Once you find one piece, it's simple. If that piece works, it'll support all the others. As soon as that piece doesn't work, oh damn, back to the drawing board. You literally, it has to be like that. You might be able to save some of the other pieces because they're still connected in ways, but you got to find that nugget that ties them all together. And that nugget is Isaiah 45:7. It takes light and dark and joins them into a single verse. Even peace and evil into a, and we, you know, I struggle. That was funny. I struggle. Oh, forget it. This is not supposed to be hard, right? This should be, we should be happy about this. Not anxiously waiting and all of that. Yeah. Boy, we got it way wrong, man. You look like an old friend I used to know. Well, I hope he was a good friend. I already know I'm a bad friend in some instances, but I'd rather be known as a good friend. I have changed my ways, and that should be noted. I may have been selfish in the past, and I know that will lead to nothing but me having everything and only starving people around me, which is just noise and screaming and what I don't want to deal with anyway. So best to just hand it all out. That's it. But God is a generic pronoun for demonic deities. Well, okay. Well, let me ask you something. What is, when you say demonic? That's interesting that you say demonic. Let's chop the words up, okay? Demonic. Demon. Demonstration. Image? Huh. Wow. Represent a good name, is what I would tell you. Don't worry about the doctrines of demons and devils. You can only come in two names. A good one, which is the Lord's, being you do it rightly, or your own. I don't come in my own name. Make no mistake. I'll say it just like, who said that? The Gipper. Shit. Oh, I can't remember. The Honorable Caspar Weinberger. What were their names? Spiro Agnew. Oh, shit. I can't remember now. It's good when you can't remember the president's names. Yeah. I don't come in my own name. If what I did was for me, it would be for nothing. It would be stupid. It'd be a waste of time, useless junk, and would not help to build the kingdom. That foundation is all it needs to be repaired. The walls are broken down. It's exactly as in Nehemiah's time. Actually, that was the very first sermon that I ever listened to. What's up, crackhead? Hey, what's up, Carlo? Bitch. Why you got your pants all hanging off your ass like that? What, have you been in prison again? Damn, homie. You ought to get off of that, man. Pack of smokes ain't worth it, you know? Riding all that pole like that. Damn. You suck, man. You suck. Probably swallow, too. The dick. Demon is actually Old Greek for good spirit. There you go. See? See what happened when we work together? Demon, demonstration, good spirit. To demonstrate, to create something that's real, right? Demonic forces doesn't mean that it just means that it's something that has the ability, you know. And how do you ascribe or describe something that, you know, precurses the is, right? It's thought at that point, some type of spirit in your head. What do you do? Who do you know? That was the point of being, you know, Yahweh, right? To come in the Lord's name. But even the Lord, because of that, again, that one piece of scripture that ties it together, light and darkness, good and evil. You got, you know, there are still people that struggled with that. Even when Joshua, right? What did he say? He said, if you think it's evil to serve the Lord. Wow, evil? Why would it be evil to serve the Lord? I don't know, because maybe the things that were being said to do, give them into your hand, wipe them out, destroy them, genocide, all of that stuff. Yeah, because that's all a part of it. We've been given a big thing here. We're in a lot of trouble. Jesse Lemeone. Jesse Lemeone. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. I wrote a book called Faith from Facts, showing proof for Christianity. It's free, the ebook version. Hey, you guys getting this? Jesse, thank you, buddy. I'm not supposed to write anything down. For the next week, search my name or Faith from Facts I get it, Amazon. Okay, but you put the 4 for the, okay, I get it. Yeah, hey, if you guys are readers, apparently Jesse writes books, and yeah. What is God's name? Has no name. Do you remember? Do you remember when Jacob is fighting at night, right? And that angel says to him, "Why do you ask my name? Why do you ask my name?" And it's like, because he had no name. Wow, it's like how yeah. That kind of stuff makes me smile, because it's like, how do you have no name and yet name everything? Did you see that? A cardinal just landed there. I don't know. What does that mean? Oh, he's still there. He's in that tree. Hi, little red guy. All right, he's gone. She's actually, no, that is a he. He was very bright. I don't know. Something got messed up somewhere along the line. The teachings got messed up, and my personal, this is just a belief and maybe even an opinion at this point. Okay, you can say it that way, but and piecing together with facts, I do not believe that Jesus had to be killed. Okay, I believe that we could have, we didn't have to, you know. Let's put it this way. If God wanted us to kill Jesus, And he came to start a war between a father and a son. What if we are the sons that were supposed to rebel against our father to kill Jesus? Right? Very confusing, weird stuff happened when Jesus was killed. It was not Christianity, it was Christianities. He showed up and made such a massive impact on things and then was gone. Because you can kill your Messiah. It doesn't mean that he's not the Messiah. That's what we don't understand about our God, is that we've been given free will. We're judged by our own hand and by our own works, and we did a very, very bad thing. We killed our Messiah, the teacher of righteousness. He was here to teach us, and he could have. Me? I'm a piece of shit. I'm somebody that knows and have learned the hard way. But I get things like, when it says that all have sinned, no one is righteous, how do you take that? Does that mean that we're all junk and nobody counts anymore? It just can't be. It can't be. We, us have not been abandoned by our God. Okay. We're not abandoned. He didn't push the start button and throw us off into no man's land. It didn't happen that way. But when we, when Jesus was removed, then everything, but God has that plan, right? Is it a backup plan? And then there's that, right? People say, well, it had to be in God's plan because it happened. But what if God, and this is the way I view God's plan as a book, as words. And those words already exist. So you're allowed to read here, read there. You can go wherever you want in that plan to decide how it is that you're going to do it. None of these prophecies have to play out exactly as they say. And some of them you can even cut in half. And the reason people can't see it, that the prophecies, like if you take the book of Jonah I use an example because Jonah is a very special case. Hey, Ronnie. Jonah is a very special case because in the book of Jonah, you're going to see everything all the way from the Garden of Eden. Seriously. There's 2 fish in the book of Jonah. There's one, a single fish in the sea, but there are many fish in the land. And the reason I say that is because Nineveh means house of fish. So I've got 1 fish and then a house of fish. This 1 fish, Jonah is in it for 3 days. The house of fish just happens to take 3 days to cross from side to side. So can you see where this thing happens here? All of the prophecies are like this. When it starts saying Israel and Judah, there's a reason why it separates them. You'll notice that they're in 3s and often in pairs. If you look at those pairs, at the names, you might be able to catch something as to reason why they were separated in that way, to literally drive in that direction. This whole book is nothing but symbolism and like mad metaphors and even the Son of Man coming from the east to the west. In the east is where someone rises, including the sun, right? White horse, pure horse. All the horses are just the horses that have been sent out from the beginning of time. You get to pick one that you're going to ride. White horse has a crown. You're king of your land. All right? And you've been given a bow. What is that? Is it a weapon or is it a covenant? Kind of your choice, isn't it? And then what happens? You take off from the east. What's your first stop? Got to learn about good and evil. You don't know anything about evil when you're born. So now you're dappled up. You're all jacked up. You're pissed off because of good and evil. You're that nice red horse that can be given a sword, right? But then guess what happens? If you actually can come to understand that sword, much like the Apostle Paul, have your moment where the scales fall from your eyes and maybe the fires get lit instead, and then you can see where the Lord's working instead of judging and picking at the carcass like some kind of vulture, and those scales fall from your eyes, guess what happens to the next horse? I guess your horse then turns black and you get the scales and you get to go north. In the book of Zechariah, it's the horse that goes north that brings the Lord comfort. And why is that? It's the scales. You can weigh. You understand, right? And then what is the final horse? The green one. Pale green horse with death and Hades following him, right? What does that mean? Jesus said, "Get behind me, Satan." That seems like a good position to be in, with death and Hades following him. Or if you were to think of it in the way that it's expressed in goodness and mercy will follow me all the days of my life. That word that's used for follow in the Hebrew is referring to like the wake of a boat. So goodness and mercy following you is because of what you have done, not because of what the Lord is trying to chase after you to bless you with. And so all of these things in Scripture, they all connect like that. They're all hooked together. Jonah, Genesis, all of them. They're all hooked together if you can understand. It's, Samson, 10,000 killed with the jawbone of an ass. Here, this jawbone over here is trying to help you out. Okay. Let's look at some comments. What? Chinese whispers with origin, the number 12 tribes, sons, Olympians, 12 today. Yeah, it's everywhere. You're going to see these patterns appearing all through history, even coming up to the point where Yahweh shows up. And then, I'm sorry, but now it's going to turn into branding, right? Is it good or is it bad or whatever? Can Yahweh actually show up and say, "I am the God of gods"? That's what he claimed. I'm the God of all gods, which meant all the previous gods that were there were just demonstrations of him doing his thing, in some cases defunct. There's a table of nations where those nations were actually given a god, each one. When we see that word God, we just think of one being out there. A god is just something that can cause something to happen. And you've been given free will. You're a god. What power you have, I don't know. Do you join to person to person, and where there's two or more, that you can then be of like mind and spirit, where 1 + 1 = 7? Astrological and related to people who were agricultural and understood death of crop in winter and resurrection in summer, good and evil. Yeah, it's all related. It's all related. God, there is no God. Some people's God is money. Well, let me explain that. That's an interesting comment. Crash Course Z, the fast way to get to Z. Today's program is sponsored by Crash Course Z. Crash Course Z, why waste your time and money when you can get to the roots of the problem by getting to the back end of the story? Crash Course Z, crashcoursez.com. All right. No, that's a great money. Some people's God is money, but so you have to think about it. God is spirit, right? What is money? Money is spirit that has been stored. Your spirit caused the work that earned the money. The money then gets stored, and that's not good. Because remember when the manna came from heaven and you're only supposed to pick and eat for that day, some things are not supposed to be stored because they spoil. Money is one of them. The way money spoils, the more of it I have, the more I get spoiled. I think that I'm something because I have a big pile of it. When, I don't know, I'd like to see some of these people with all this gold try and eat that stuff when there's no plants, right? Money is a what they call a medium of exchange. In other words, I can take time even from here and transfer it to a different thing based off of keeping that money. But yes, money is the root of all kinds of evil, but it's not the root of evil. You almost need money in some way, because doing a tit for tat thing, that the world would get very, very vanilla really, really quick. Because now I don't know, or it would become very, very exciting very quick. Because if it was a barter type system, I mean, imagine like what? Who knows the person that makes the toilet paper? I have no freaking clue, right? What's the chain of command for that? How do I get to that person? So yeah, barter system going to be kind of difficult. Money helps, but yeah. Anything else? I need to take a break. I have a bladder, like most humans, and but in my absence, let me see how much juice we got here. Oh, we're still doing all right. If I die while I'm gone, I want you to throw a party because I have gotten away from the biggest problem that I could have ever imagined to have encountered. And I will be very grateful. And the reason why I say that is because I know that the Lord numbers my days. So why would I complain about when he decides that day is over or they're done, right? Strength is failing. No, it's okay. I just don't want pain, agony, right? I'm more of a nuclear explosion, vaporized kind of guy. That's how I'd like to go, because I don't feel nothing. So you guys are welcome to break my heart anytime you want.
Oh, let's be back. I'm quitting.
That wasn't so bad. See, and that whole thing, when it talks about the Alexander conquering Alexander the Great and everything, you got to look at the structure of that, how it breaks apart. That, you know, it's the one is then given to four. That would be one God. His force is being given over to the winds, back to square one, kind of thing. And then it starts all over again. Yeah, it's crazy. Like to play my guitar. Wow. That was 2 hours, 22 minutes, and 22 seconds exactly when I said that. And I had to, it'll actually be 22, 22, 17, no, 15. 7 seconds gets chopped off the front of every video. I don't know why. It says you're live, counts to 7, and then it starts. Not much of a delay. But yeah, I'd like to play my guitar and just meet some dudes that want to jam. I remember funny things when I was doing gigs. Seriously. And like, maybe you want to close your eyes and just, I'll build the vision for you, and you know, as I tell it to you. So but we are playing this gig at a place called Ralph and Eddie's, and it's in Oceanside, California. And the stage is huge. It's like, I don't know, man. And it was weird. It was like along a wall and then down the wall, and then it got fat. You know, it's kind of like triangular shaped or whatever, but it was weird. And then on the one part of the stage was like towards the back of the restaurant. And, you know, of course, that's where the restrooms are and everything. Well, we're up on the stage playing, you know, doing what band people do. And all of a sudden, this lady comes walking out from the bathroom. I'm not kidding. I don't tell lies because I don't have to. My life has just been insane fun, right? God has blessed me. This lady comes walking out, and she's got the toilet paper hooked into like the top of her skirt and hanging out the back. She's walking, and like, it's coming from the bathroom, like, and remember I said that the stage was, you know, down towards, that's not where we set up. We set up on the little part of the stage. So she came from way back there and was just dragging a roll of paper behind her, and it was coming. She was going, I mean, I was, you know, I I remember it. I'm like, and I look over at Mark, and then I catch her out of the corner of my eye and go like, what the hell? And I looked, and then I looked at Mark, and Mark looks at me, and then like he looks at her, and then I just remember I was playing, and I just went like, I had to kind of peek over the stage, and I looked down and around, and that toilet paper roll was just coming forever, man. It was a Scott tissue commercial for sure. and we're all busting up. We're like starting to lose it, and the song's falling apart. And Mark, okay, all right, Mark was the man. He was our band leader, a pretty boy, but like he was like trying to tell us, don't make fun of this lady. This could be a setup, right? This could be something trying to get us kicked out of a record gig, like to make a bad name for us, that we picked on some old lady walking out of the bathroom with shit paper hanging out. It was ridiculous. It was ridiculous. You remind me of my Uncle Charles. Oh, I'm so sorry, man. Gearhead Garage. Oh my God. Will you adopt me? I got tools. Some of them are Snap-on. We'll have a freaking blast, man. I love to build stuff. Just as long as you can weld. Can you weld? I don't like messing with that stuff, man. No, Charlie was cool. No, I know that. You wouldn't have said that. Not many people, hey, remind me of my Uncle Charlie. Oh, wow, that's cool. Hey, yeah, his name was Charlie Manson. Oh, shit, It's like... Here, let's see if I can really remind you of your Uncle Charlie. Can your Uncle Charlie hold his breath that long? I think your neighbor is beating his dog. Chong. Oh, boy. I love you, Mike. Hey, man. Those were the first albums that I had. My mom won them on a radio station. Pink Floyd, Animals, and Cheech and Chong, Bamboo. Yeah. Who is it? It's Dave, man. Will you open up? I got the stuff with me. Who is it? It's Dave, man. Will you open up? I got the stuff with me. Who? Dave, man. Open up. I got the stuff with me. I think the cops saw me coming here. Who is it? It's Dave, man. Will you come on, man? Open up. I got this. What? It's like, yeah, Cheech and Chong. We go way back. Hey, man, we got to get out of here, man. Oh, man. Hey, man, why don't you let me push the car, man? Push the car? Get your mama to push the car. Hey, don't load us weight up, man. Yeah. Chong. That's pretty funny. No. I don't know. What do you say? I'm a mess. It's true. You sound just like Czech. Hey, come on, man. We got to get out of here, man. So you gotta put some meat into it. You can't hold back trying to say it, and the whole neighborhood's gonna hear me if I, oh, hey, man, like, man, like, man, I've been sitting here, man, and like, far out, man, because like that cat, he's like, wow, man. All right, man. Would you rather smash a chick that's 6'7" and 98 pounds, or 2'9" and 300 pounds? You have to answer. Oh God, that's terrible. 2'9", 300 pounds, definitely. Oh yeah. I mean, you're talking like, I don't know. That'd be weird. 2'9", 300. That couldn't happen. The chick would be made out of like, what is the density of that? Like, I don't know. She'd kick your ass. She'd be made out of concrete or something, man. 2'9" and 300 pounds. Yeah, I mean, that's a whole lot of Rosie there. That's a bowling ball. Oh, man, if you got stuck. No, don't leave. Woo. Yeah, 300 pounds yanking on a schnauzer. That could turn out very bad. My life is miserable. How do you teach people and show people a God when everybody else has destroyed his image before you got a chance to show it to them? Then what do you do? After everybody's just made him look like complete dog shit, you got to show up and try to like patch this up, plug that up, explain this, fix that. It's too much. It can't be done. Can't be done by a single person, that's for sure. Who is your favorite leader in Germany in the 40s? Holy jeez. I don't know. The guy after Hitler? The guy before him should have shot him or something, right? I don't know. Sounds like a trick question. If you just joined the live stream, this man was being racist. Report him. Who was? Yeah. No, I think if somebody's being a problem and trying to harm other people, like maybe wrongfully reporting somebody, I think they should be taken out of the business. And that Hitler dude, yeah, he bad news, man. Bad news. Yeah. I'm sure I'm sure that the German people didn't know anything about what was really going on in some of the places, okay? I don't know. At least that's what I want to hope. Because, like, that whole thing is bad, man. Germany in the 40s. But at the same time, opportunity. every time this world suffers that kind of a tragedy, there's going to be an opportunity to stop. It's like a wake-up call. We're allowed to experience that kind of a thing so it can shake us. And that's we're going to keep getting these events like this, and they'll get worse and bigger and worse. And then eventually we'll come to realize that we should actually need, love, and depend on each other instead of trying to destroy each other in the name of flags and gods and all kinds of stupid stuff. Like after when the World Trade Center was bombed, okay, or they blew it up. I don't know what happened. There's all kinds of conspiracies, right? I'm not going to even involve myself in that. I had nothing to do with it, and I wasn't there. I don't have enough information to judge it, and it's not my problem. If it was something that was of man, it's going to fail. It will fall back on man's head and be a bad thing. Hence, conspiracy, right? If that's the case. If it's of God, then we should maybe go, whoa, God let that happen? Why? Well, you know what happened about 2 weeks immediately after that? I never seen so much love in this country. Everybody loved everybody. Everybody was for everybody. Everybody was fine. And then all of a sudden, you want to know what started happening? What I noticed? Individual flags of different countries started showing up within the American borders saying, yeah, the X community supports the Y community and the Z community supports. No. Sorry. As soon as you start chopping it into pieces, you're putting up fences, and fences mean offenses. Simple. I'm sorry, that sucks. Have you tried a real sport yet? What? Are you guys having a bitch session in here? Come on, man. I need to pay attention to the comments. Stop! I command thee! Thou shalt be stricken! No. You guys are just having a discussion. And the thing is, at least you're doing that. Just as you're discussing, take the heat out of it and listen to the bullet points and see if what the person's saying is really fair or not. And if it isn't, then, just shine it on, right? And don't attack back because you're fighting like with somebody that isn't armed, right? So, smite me almighty smiter. Well, it's like, and that's what it is. How do people look at working out, right? When you work out, you suffer a little bit to get to where you need to be. And that's how we should look at it. You know? Uh-oh. Criminal. I have a story about a skateboard. Actually, when I was about his age, I figured out you could ride on the skateboard. You could sit on it, kind of narrow yourself out, and you could cruise around, and you could lean on it and actually cruise, right? Well, guess what I did? I was grabbing on to the underside of the skateboard, and I leaned too far, and it kicked the wheels out, and I ground my knuckles off. And you can still see the scars, but it's really weird because when I did it, I was a little boy, and what the hell did that happen? Where did I have a skateboard? Doesn't matter. I can show you this. I can show you the wounds. But my hand rolled onto the pavement, ground my knuckles, so it made like these 3 holes, and they healed up. But then as the skin grew, it was weird. Like the scars started to like migrate back up my hand. So like they're actually like more about like here, and here you can see them before my hand grew. So it was like my knuckles got ground up. Yeah, weird, huh? I don't know. Ay, ay, ay. Santa Claus. Yeah. What you want, Drago? What you want, like a blood test kit? Make sure you don't get nothing tainted. You gotta hook you up. I was riding on my knees and hit a rock, and my wow. Yeah. Oh man, just like that's the beauty of being kids. You find out how indestructible the human body is, right? Up to a certain point. Wow. Yeah, the things that this body has seen. I've wrecked motorcycles and shattered my wrist with a bone sticking out, like, you know, compound fracture. And when that happened, I was going up a hill in Southern California. I was going up to my house. That was back when I was making the money. I was going up my house in the hills in the Palisades there, and well, lost it in a turn. Somebody's sprinkler system was flooding out the road, and it was kind of tracking down the side of the road. But then when the road kind of it's one of those curved things, it went across the road to the other side. That's where I hit it. So I'm like in this turn, just like having a good old time, leaning, tires probably curling up, nice rubbery goo, when you're cutting corners, having fun. And I hit the water. Last thing that's all I remember was I saw it, and I don't even remember what happened. And I woke up. Well, the sun went down. It was definitely dark. It was way dark. So it was probably 3 hours, 4 hours later. I woke up. I'd lost my bike and hit a guardrail. When it came up, it high-sided, shattered this wrist, dislocated my shoulder as it threw me over the guardrail and almost down a cliff. And I woke up in the dark, and I was like, my hand was just like, my hand didn't operate there. The bone that runs all this, it wasn't there. It was, needed service. And so I remember getting up, I walked home from there, and my buddy, Scotty, he lived upstairs from me. We were good friends. I love that guy, man. I wish I could find him. Scotty Kennedy. Scotty, I love you, bitch. Sorry. But I go upstairs to his house because nobody was home at my house. My wife was not home. Surprise, surprise. And his wife opens the door. So I'm like, she opens the door, and I go, I'm like holding my arm, I'm like, oh man, oh shit, my shoulder still hurts from that. And I mean, it really does. You'll catch me even on these videos going, pow, because once you rip it out, it just knows how to do it or something, I guess. But she opens the door and sees me, right? And she goes, God, heck. And I don't even think she said anything. She fainted. And Scotty hears her hit the floor, and he hears that, and he comes walking up to see what's going on, and he sees her laying on the floor. And when he sees her and then kind of starts to look at me, he's like thinking I must have hit her or something. I don't know what the hell he was thinking, because he was mad for about a quarter of a second, and then he saw my wrist and the bone sticking out, and he goes, oh. And I'm like, hey man, I think I need to go to the doctor. And he's like, oh shit, and so then they took me to the hospital and got all that shit passed up. And but it was like, yeah, man, this body's been through some rough stuff. My best wreck was a kid, and his name is Sean Heil. Sean, I still remember you. Sean Heil, Hile, of Huntington Beach, California. He ran me over. And I've tried to call this kid to just like, well, he's not a kid now, but he was a kid when he ran me over, and I laugh about it now, and it's like, you get old and it's like, I just want to laugh about some of my old shit. And can you imagine being this guy and having somebody call you on the phone and going, hey, do you remember when you ran me over? And ha 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 kind of thing. He wasn't ready for that. He freaked out. No, who, what? Dude, I'm a skip tracer. I do bill collections. I know who the hell you are. I didn't get into all that, but I knew who he was. And he just, and that's what happens when you have no forgiveness, right? He had to go running and hiding when instead we could have laughed about it. Because if you could have seen the whole thing played out was freaking a comedy, right? This kid I'm in the left lane. And he's coming over here. I got a median on this side. I'm stuck. And here he comes, and I'm beating on the side of the car, on his fender. And now here he comes, and now it's up to the door. And I'm like, hey! And he's got his hands, glued to the steering wheel at 10 and 2, and he's like this. He's just like, idiot, move over, you're running me off the road. Finally, again, and this is odd, when I wreck my bikes, I don't remember these things, but I have witnesses and court cases and records and things that can prove it. My bike apparently went down on its side and slid about 75 feet, and then all of a sudden magically pops up back on its two wheels, and I coast up to the light and stop. Cars, one guy went by me in a convertible MG, okay, little mini, it was a little yellow car, man. He went through. Just like that. You're the best effing motorcycle ride I ever seen, as he went through. And I'm like looking around, and I saw the kid back there, and I knew the car. Oh boy, green. And I turned around and I pointed. I went, I spun my finger. I pointed at him like that. And his eyes got like giant, like this. And he was scared shitless. And so he takes off. He's in the right lane now. I'm in the left turn lane. Oh, we ain't even anywhere near the good part of the story yet. And he comes up the right side. He's looking, shit, and he's trying to run. So he gets to the light, cuts it, just catches it, and there he goes. I'm stuck at the light. Now it's red, and I got people going across the crosswalk. Okay, and I'm like, beep, 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 honk, beep, trying to get these people out of the way, and they're scattering, and I'm trying to chase this kid. So I chase him down. I get up behind him, but I make sure I don't get too close. What's up, Joey? Make sure I don't get too close. And I follow him, and he goes into a subdivision, which is where he lived. And he jumps out of the car and runs around to the opposite side of the car. And he's like, Mister, don't hurt me. Mister, don't hurt me. And I'm like, oh God, Mister. He's calling me Mister. I don't even think I was 29 yet. 28 or no, hell no, I wasn't 29. How old was I in 87? 23? 7? 20? 23? Yeah, maybe 23 years old. So yeah, I wasn't a mister yet, right? But he's like, Mister, don't hurt me. Mister, don't hurt me. And he's on the other side of the car. And I'm like, I'm not going to hurt you. I go, what's your name? And he goes, Sean Heil, sir. And that's how I know his name. And then, of course, after, the lawyers get involved. He says, I go, I'm Chris Sean. Nice to meet you. What the F were you looking at? And he just busted down into tears. He said, I saw my friends on the other side of the road, and I was trying to make a U-turn to go see them. And it's like, I didn't know what the hell to say. How could I yell at this kid after that? I had nothing good to say except never leave the scene of an accident. There's nothing wrong with him trying to go see his friends, all of that. It was about what his heart, his intention was. That's all I said to him. And then when I got taken to the hospital, because of course then, there's what's going on? And, then people are finding out and the ambulance shows up. And so they take me to the hospital to check me out. And when they got me in there, I can tell you exactly when that happened, the day that it happened, because just like I told you earlier in this broadcast, when I got landed in California, when I got hit in California, there was an earthquake. It was actually the Frisco earthquake in 89. So that wasn't 87. It would have been 89. Right? I think the Frisco quake was in 89. Anyway, whatever year that was when that happened, because I got to watch the earthquake while I was in the waiting room. I was sitting there watching TV and watching a baseball game, and then all of a sudden, not where I'm at, I was in Southern California. I watch on TV one of the light fixtures pop off of the ceiling, and it's swinging, and the camera's going nuts. And you hear the guys that are announcing the game are like, "Oh my God, it's an earthquake!" And then the screen goes black, and then San Francisco got a good whack. So that was the day I got run over on my motorcycle. But like I said, I slid my bike about 75 feet, and it popped up on two wheels, and I didn't know that had happened. So. And this is when I found out that one of my brothers, I should say, from the Marine Corps, actually lived across the street from me. I didn't even know it. He lived like literally 150 feet from me, and I didn't even know it. That's how well we know our neighbors. And this is like somebody that I, signed my life over with and for and whatever, right? But I had to get the bike inspected, lawyers like because the only reason a lawyer showed up is because I got jumped in an ambulance. I probably would have went home and just said the hell with it and just said I'll deal with it, right? All they did was take me in a doctor's room, x-ray him a bunch of times, generate a shitload of bills. And then what happens? Then my wife, who was a damn scamming ass, she was bad, man. She's like, how can we get more money if you sue them? And then they were going, well, and people were coming up with stuff. Well, if you can't have sex, that's a big thing. Right. And so they're trying to convince me to talk to my lawyer, tell him that I can't get it up anymore because I got run over on my motorcycle. And it's like, are you kidding me? That was probably the last thing. That's probably what saved my life. I was skidding on that bad boy, sparks flying and everything. No, man, it just bad. The people I've been involved with and grown up with and around have just been scammers and manipulators. And I never liked it. It's like, just stop, man. But anyway, because of all that, I had to get lawyers and bills and witnesses. So I'm getting the bike inspected. I pull up to Newport Beach Honda, which is down the 55. A nice ride, because when you get to the end of it and you get down on the coast, right there's an exotic car place. And man, I haven't been there in a long time. I can't even imagine what it looks like now. Actually, I could imagine what it looked like if I jumped on Google and did a little street view. I'm sure I could get a snappy. But anyway, I go to the dealership, and just one of their techs comes out and looks at the bike and does all this. He does what he does, and then he comes back and he goes, yeah, all right, here's your estimate. And I looked at it and I'm like, it needs a set of forks, it needs an exhaust, it needs handlebars, it needs a grip, needs a mirror. I'm like, what? And the guy's like, oh yeah, this is all damaged in the accident. And I'm like, what are you talking about? The forks need to be replaced. And he's like, engine was it part of the engine casing? I don't know what I ground up a bunch of stuff when I slid the bike. And he said, yeah, no. And I'm going, bullshit. And so then what do? I pull the old, I want to see your manager. And so he goes and gets his manager, and out walks my buddy Dan from the Marine Corps. Dan was a Colorado road racing maniac. I got on the back of his bike one time, and I threatened to jump off once he finally stopped and just walk home, which was probably about 10 miles, because he got me on the back of his VF 1100F, and we jumped on to the 405. He didn't need to look for merging traffic. He just needed to look for a hole. Because I looked over his shoulder and the speedometer pegged out, I want to say at like 160 or something, I think it was. But it was buried to the freaking pin. So I'm guessing if the numbers went where they went, it was probably about 190 miles an hour. And I'm on the back of this thing, just like grabbing his freaking. He's lucky I didn't like cause him to suffocate. And he started it out by on the rear wheel. You know, he's coming on the on ramp, and he's already going pretty good. And I'm just like, okay, he's got room. You know, he can merge here. I'm just looking over his shoulder a little bit so much, and all of a sudden, the next thing I know, we're on the freaking rear wheel going hauling. I was like, oh yeah, that was Dan. Yeah, Dan Ellsworth. Whew. God already punched him in the mouth for me before he was born. Ask him about it. But I threatened to get off of his bike. And I mean that. You can ask him about that. Ask him how God punched him in the face for me before he was even born. Oh, Danny. Well, he comes out, and I see him, and I'm like, what are you doing here? And he goes, what are you doing here? Smart ass. And he then proceeds to show me, you know, well, your bike is ground up over here and over there, and yeah, this, and I'm like, what the, you know, couldn't believe it. But then that's the proof in the thing, right? So, yeah. If I would have looked close, I would have noticed. But yeah. And I mean, the bike wasn't that old, and I know it hadn't been down. Because I'm going to tell you something. I did see stuff that was scraped up that I would have noticed when I was buying it. I would have looked even further. It was a fast bike, man. V65 Sabre. When I bought it at Huntington Beach Honda, and I pulled out onto Beach Boulevard, you know, took it out, and I told the guy, I go, the clutch is slipping. And he goes, what? And he goes, I go, the clutch is slipping. And I'm pissed off. And that happens to me. I often get my foot stuck in my mouth, it seems. I guess I should admit that, huh?
I did buy a drink.
And so, I wasn't happy. Now I'm unhappier. There's nothing worse than little kids that give you dirty looks because they run their mouths and their parents think things, maybe. Or maybe their parents think things, and that's why the kids give me dirty looks. His name is Andrew, after all. I forgot where I was in my story. Am I Jewish? Yes. I didn't know it until recently. Someone in my family decided to spit in a tube, and it started a whole problem for me because I thought I was Italian, but then when I did research on my Italian name, it actually went all the way into Africa, and then of course we had the Jewish thing going on because I found out that our bloodline actually goes into Egypt. So I'm Jewish or Hebrew or whatever, but all the way into Egypt. That's where our bloodline comes from. Then my last name gets even better because my last name, when I started to look at some of the, because I want to settle this war between Jews and Christians. I see something that they don't, okay? But when I started to research on the law and all these different writings, concepts and ideas, things that they, you know, what did they think of God? You know, and you got Heiser talking about the two powers of heaven and stuff like that. And I found out that one of them was, they thought that there was like a set of bookends, like your name can actually be cut into bookends, like bookends of destiny. And my two bookends are Musa, which means Moses, obviously, and Etna, mountain of fire. And it's odd that with an Egyptian lineage and my African name, to wind up in northern Italy, which is where the tribe of Judah wound up, and all of that. It's just too much for me, right? I don't know. Am I Jewish? Yeah, and I'm sadly to say so at this point. I don't agree with what's going on over there. I don't think that the God that I serve would want us to war. He would want us to just stop at whatever, however it was, that just like pause button, stop, right? Stop. We're all brothers, all of us. Man. Yeah. I was happy about being Jewish until October 7th. That was the day my mom died. October 7th. One of my moms, my mother-in-law, but my mom, our mom, she died on that day. I dreamt the night before. I actually woke up from a dream where I was in the upper room of my house, and there was like a monolith or like that I don't know what that thing's called, the thing at the Hajj, right? One of those things was up there, and it was shaking and trembling, right? It was like trembling. And then on the wall was a light switch, and it had, I don't know how to say it other than to describe what it looked like, it had like flames around it, like, I know it seems stupid, but when you had the burning bush and 10 Commandments, and it was there with the flames, but it wasn't burning. That's what it looked like. And there was like a light switch there. And then my little dog, our dog Mallow dog, Marshmallow, he was running around and barking. And when he barks, he would spin around and stuff. And that was the dream. And I knew something bad, really bad, was going to happen. I said, and so I immediately jumped on the phone, called my wife, hey, I go, something's really wrong. Are you okay? I go, is everything okay? Is everybody all right? I just had this sense of really bad dread, right? And yeah, and then that happened. And then obviously then later on that, we found out that mom died. And so it was like just doubly messed up. And my mom, our mom died exactly 10 years of, okay. So when I met my wife, we date, I can't even call it dated. We were just friends for like probably almost 2 years before we even decided to get married. So like when we first started hanging out, she had, we were talking on the phone a lot, and she called me and she said, well, we were just talking about whatever, but I could hear it in her voice that something was wrong, and I asked her, I said, what's going on? What's wrong? And she says, well, it's my mom. She's in the hospital. They don't think she's going to make it. And I said, and my first instinct was like to look at the clock, but we would get on the phone and just talk for hours. One time we were talking on the phone, and she said to me, literally, she goes, oh my God, I can't find my phone. No, better is me saying, oh, is it on? I'll call you. And it's a ringer on, I'll call you. And it's like we're talking on our phones. Ay, ay, ay. but I could hear it in her voice, and I said, "What's wrong?" And she says, "Well," she says, "they can't get her blood sugar stabilized." And I go, "She's got diabetes?" And she says, "Yeah." And they don't think she's going to make it. And I go, "How long she had diabetes?" She says, 30 years. I went, "Oh man." I said, "Well," I didn't know what to say. And thank God she said something, because she said, "Will you pray for her?" And I'm like, "Yeah, we're praying right now." And then we found out that the hour that we prayed, her blood sugar went down where it should be to normal levels. And then it went too low. So then they had to take all her meds away. And then after they took her meds away, her blood sugar came back to normal levels and stayed there. And then she never took medicine for diabetes ever again, even until she died. I don't want to see miracles. I want to see people that know who their God is. Jewish is a religion. There you go. True that. You said it right. You said it right. Jewish is not a bloodline. To be a Jew is to be something. It has nothing to do with your blood. It has to do with your spirit. 100%. Same spirit that's in a Jew is the same spirit that's in me, in you, and anybody. Same exact one. Breath of life. Figure it out. Book's trying to show us. Sadly, you got other people trying to make money off of it. Usury. I'm so sick of crying. What the hell is that? Whew. Man, that guy looks like a stork. He is thin. It's like a stick. But he also looks like he's about 400 years old, too. Still moving. Keep going, buddy. It's got it right. I think I had a heart attack this morning. They say you get sick to your stomach and then tired, fall asleep. That's exactly what happened. I woke up and was really drowsy, and then I like staggered into the bathroom, sick, so sick, dry heaving. But I was just like so tired. I was like, man, what the hell? It's like, and I just fell all back to sleep. And then I woke up fine. So it was like, if I had some kind of a bug or something, okay, yeah, I'm not gonna. Yeah, it was a 13-minute bug. You know, there's a new one going around. It's 15 minutes. That one will really get you. You know, I'm pretty sure I had a heart attack again this morning. Not everybody feels pain. Some people just fall asleep. It's kind of nice. Just run out of gas, I guess. What gender am I? What gender? The hell does that mean? What the hell do I look like? Are you afraid to ask? Or are you afraid to call me what I look like? That's the purpose of looking like something, so people can identify you. So what gender do I look like? uh, Tomas. Tomas Tomai. Te mich Tichlama. Tolich bei mich Tilibo. Lamech Hena. Si Rakte Raba. Sahederu. I should bust out with the guitar. Rock music. About 150 watts of PV amplifier. A little bit of chorus. Ka-cha! It's funny, there's something God about it. Because it's like, you're able to connect your head to your hands and then make sound that goes back in your ears. It's like, how can you not like that? I don't know. It's like clicking your own mouse, I guess, right? I don't know. The circle is complete. But I mean, that's everything. Music's a little bit, a little more obvious, but everything happens that way. Whatever we do speaks of a maker, right? There's only two masters, so who made that? I'm tired. guys got anything else? 3 hours and 15 minutes? Jeepers creepers. How's this battery doing? Oh, look at him go. A trooper. Oh, oh, that's two. Hmm. Red ale. Blood counts. The pain is incredible and constant. It's like everything hurting all at once. You don't know where to direct the yeah. It's just like just turn it off. It doesn't exist really. Movement's hard because you get ratchety, right? You're always going to have the little stabbers when you start to move, and the hand is a bad one though because I don't know. You get those moments where something like cramp up and it's like it's like what the hell. Ugh. So I just hope I've been very helpful. you know, I had good intentions. I don't have to tell you, man. I can't last forever. Uh, you gotta strike while the iron's hot. Seek when you can find. You're looking for rocks and gold and physical things. They're always going to be there. God's spirit, it doesn't show up all the time like that. And you'll know when you see it. It's not complacency or you know it's a word I'm looking for. Vocabulary is good. You can build one. If you can do the works, you don't need one. So sometimes you'll just find that nice way to sit. You'll settle in, right? Praise Allah. Amen. Praise God. Oh, a black van. I know that guy. Actually, he's a lot of fun because he pulled up and I got to meet him and his wife because I'll find ways to talk to people. It's just, I don't know. I don't think it's intrusive. I don't think it's a bad thing to want to meet people and say, hey, but he was driving by and I said, I said, I always wanted to, like take a video of me being taken away in a black van. I go, because obviously I'm filming. Oh, look at that. Oh, it's a dune buggy. What? Crap. Did you see it? I don't know. Man, that was cool, dude. It was a dune buggy. Allah Akbar. What does that mean? What does Akbar mean? Christ is your Lord. If Christ is your Lord, then Christ is in you. Sean G. You will be waiting another 3,000 years for a no-show. Amen. Yep. If you're waiting for somebody else to come besides you, then you don't understand anything about the Bible or anything that Jesus was teaching. You are the Christ. Okay? Message is hidden in there. Oh, there'll be many Christs and they'll lead people astray. Yeah, those are those pastors and preachers that have been getting you to go to war against each other. Yeah. Some of them got some of it right. And some say the most profound things, like John MacArthur. Holy crap. Somebody was swearing an oath and they had their hand on the Bible, and John MacArthur had it within his I don't know. Artistic, expressive abilities to say, you be careful when you put your hand on God. Literally is to say putting your hand on the Bible was like putting your hand on God. Can I ask you a question? How do you feel about that comment? Throw it in there. Let's see something. Come on. How do you feel about that comment? When you put your hand on that Bible, are you putting your hand on God? I gave it away. I think so, because the Word is God. Answer me. Wait, what? When what? What? Bar not holla. When Jesus say bar. Holla. Sorry, folks. Somebody's like yelling at me in the comments here. What? Hey, what's up, England? Is that Denise or Dennis? I'm only asking because I'm looking for a way to get out of America. And if you're of, approachable age, I don't know. Maybe we could make a life together. Or you could move here. See, I'm trying to do everything reverse of what is in our world, because this just doesn't seem to be working. So, we're told that our enemy comes from the east. So I figure if we cohabitate somehow, we can defy the laws of whatever religion it is that's running our world at this time and create peace. So it would just be a nice thing, Spelt it the same way. Is Dennis spelled differently? It's Den. I don't know how to spell Dennis, so that's why I was asking. Oh, you got me. I love you though, and I hope you're well wherever you're at. Thanks for stopping in. We're getting all crazy in here. People are yeah, scroll back in the chat, you'll see it's for real around here. We don't mess around. You and everyone else. And the horse they rode in on. Dang it. You still singing? Who? Who's singing? Wait, what? So Mike Young says, you're putting your hand on a book of lies and brainwashing when you do that, unfortunately. Oh my God, Mike, you're one of those people. I would like to introduce you to Mr. Mike Young. Okay, no, I get it now that I stuck my foot in my mouth. Do you feel better? See, you proved yourself twice. I'm okay. Don't get offended. I don't know how your sense of humor is. Hopefully it's good. Because have you seen the news lately? It's terrible. And I don't want, you want to know how much of the news I get, and it's bad. I don't read the stories because I can't read. Books cause problems. You should live from your heart. If your laws aren't written in your heart, you got some kind of a trouble. The laws have already been written on our hearts. We need to find them, I guess, right, is what our problem is. And some people find that eventually. But me, unfortunately, it's the tabloids. As I'm sitting at the grocery store taking $1 that I could buy, I don't know, a couple pieces of, I could put 3 of them together and get some lettuce to eat, which isn't really much nutrition. But instead, it's like, well, I can starve to death, but I might as well go out swinging, and I'll stick $1 in the lottery machine and watch some numbers pop up and just pray to God that it'll help me. And he often does. It's really weird. But I look at the tabloids and I see things like Harry has snatched the throne and his real father and all this crap. And it's like, yeah, that's our world. That's our entertainment to see how messed up it is. I just think we can do better, What is my ethnic? What? But hi, Denise. I hope you're well. I hope you're better than well. I hope that you're so well that you, I don't know, share. And I hope that makes you feel even better and like wanting to share even more. And then eventually you'll be broke like me. Seeing comprehension is not your best feature. Dennis is a male. Well, thank you for spelling it for me now that I know how to spell Dennis. Dennis. And you know what the funny thing is Dennis McClintock is he's one of my bestest friends and one of the first miracles that I ever got to be a part of. You see, because when he was born, doctors told him that he was never going to be able to walk unless he was on crutches and with braces and so on. And well, thanks to meeting me, we actually transcended all of that and were able to run on the high school's cross-country team together. So figure that one out. What's my ethnicity? I don't know. I don't want to claim one. Is that wrong? I mean, that's, some people are, genderless. I want to claim no ethnicity. I want to claim dirt. That's all I am. I'm just dirt, and the Lord's Spirit is in me. That's it. No flags, no politics, no popes, no priests, no prophets even. Just me and dirt. How's that? Is that a question? How to get a PhD in biosciences in top global universities? If you want to learn anything in bioscience, you should be reading the scriptures. Of course, properly taught to you, and then you'll know everything about biology that is important at all. For instance, did you know that when a pandemic hits, that if you do a Passover, that what can't move can't spread, and that the disease will then stop? And then interesting is the people that actually then who are safely in place and not spreading the disease then attain immunity. Their antibodies, their immune system can then propagate to others via herd immunity after the cessation of movement period, and then everybody has immunity without many people being harmed. That's what's in the scriptures. That's Exodus 14:14. Be still, and I will fight for you. Problem is if we don't see something happening, it must not be working. Try sitting still next time. That would be my advice. Ding, ding. And a wolf. Woof. Dead dog. Hey, it's my friend. She looks different. She works in the store. I think, anyway. I think. She looks different out of work. She's not smiling, but she does have the sun on her face, so you're kind of like doing this, kind of thing. But yeah. Crazy. Then why did COVID-19 mutate and continue to do so? Because people kept spreading it. Watch. If you stop it, you have to stop it from being live. While it is alive, every time it changes, it becomes a brand new problem. Every time you sow evil, it grows 7 times. Okay? So when you're walking that path, you gotta follow those rules that close sometimes. And that was one of those times where we should have followed those rules. You misunderstood everything that I said. If it can't move, it has to stop. If it sits inside of somebody's house for 40 days and doesn't go anywhere and all those people are cured of it, where is the live contagion? It's gone. It's been cured. It's done. Then those people going out, breathing their air and their antibodies, then help through their suffering for the benefit of others. That is how herd immunity is supposed to work. But that's too difficult to explain, apparently. Better done through mass toilet paper hoarding and various other means of futility. Yeah, that's how damn easy it was. And you want to know something? I told you this. All of this place over every social media platform that I could possibly even engage in. February 27th, 2020, the day after my daughter's birthday, which is also the day they died. Yes, they were born and buried on the very same day. And I contemplate things about this world during those times. And I think about stuff. And it's weird because I see things that other people don't. And it sucks to see so far in the future, and then I have to turn around and say, I told you so. I told you so! I told you so! I told you so! About the past. If you want to break out a calculator and argue with the things that I can see and prove in Scripture, you're welcome to do so. Calculator. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. Our God, and when you deal with him in perfection, amazing. If you want to test him, jack your shit up bad. Way bad. Way bad. That's the thief that Jesus was warning us about. No, nobody's coming flying out of the sky to save us. Sorry. Who said that? 2,000 years, 50,000 years, whatever. BS. The Passover wasn't 40 days long. Oh yeah? How long was it? I didn't tell you how long the Passover was. I told you how long to do a Passover, which is in 14 days to manifest, which leaves how many days for cure? Oh, that magic God number 26. 1313. Ooh, Jesus. You guys really don't know your Scripture, do you? You can't see God kicking your ass right in front of your face. And it's a pity. It's just like Paul said. What do you think? I'm fighting the air? Oh my God. We have so far removed ourselves from being a part of this process that God is over there and we're over here. And that ain't how it works. Okay? The man, Jesus said. Okay? You are a God, small g. You are then party to a rule book that belongs to the God of gods, as in of all gods. And that rule book you cannot break. Those are the bones of a skeleton that is the building block structure of the world you live in, and you don't have a damn choice. And I laugh at you, just like Lady Wisdom does. She laughs at the time to come. Why? Because she knows what's going to be. She knows because she can see exactly what you deserve. And that's what you get, the desires of your heart. I would start to desire better things if I were you. What you smoking on? Rambling everywhere. Yeah, whatever. Hey, buddy, here's your problem. My IQ is 178. And I have worked on and fixed things, including, you ever heard of Medstone? You know that thing that breaks up your kidney stones so you can piss them out like you're blowing shards of glass out your urinary tract. You're wishing you're dead. Yeah, I helped design that thing. I actually helped to modify it to save them, millions of dollars, by the way. That's the kind of guy I am. And the book you're dealing with is not just an ordinary book, because some little prick that was about 4 feet tall explained it to us very carefully. He said, the Bible is no mere book, but a living creature against which all who resist will be conquered, destroyed. You want to know who the little prick was that said that? Napoleon. And he took over half the damn world, right? I think he cried when he didn't have anything left to conquer. You want to know something? Take charge of your book, your sword, you'll take charge of your world. It's as simple as that. But you want to talk about, you come in here hurling insults at me? What am I, smoking? Did I say something bad about you, my friend? No. But by you judging me, see, you judged yourself. Just like that guy Jesus that you're talking about. Told you what happened. Simple teachings. Okay? Take your piousness and go somewhere else with it. Go smoke whatever you need. Can you talk about my comment? I'd like to actually communicate with you rather than insult each other. I agree. Mandible claw. That's a crab. That's an unclean thing. I can't talk to you. I'm a Jew. No. What do you got? What do you got, claw? Sup, my main homeless dude? Not homeless yet. Except that this ain't my home, so I'm waiting to get out of here and find my home. But yeah. Come on, claw. So I believe the Bible. Okay. Good. Well, remember, stop right there. Belief. Remember this thing before you go any further. Belief. Anything that you believe affects reality. Therefore, anything that you believe is real. Even when it's not. I'm not trying to confuse you, but just remember this, that what you believe has the ability to affect you as you move, right? Now watch. Have you ever heard of the term familiar spirit? And they can defile you, cause you to what is defilement, right? It's simpler. It's so simple. Defile is like being out of order, out of line. But a familiar spirit is something that you know that then affects, it becomes a belief. That spirit affects your belief and could derail your belief system. So just keep that in mind and go from there. So, like you, I have a very high IQ. Well, I'm sorry. Then if you're like me, you understand how bad it sucks. I'm going to go pee now because I have a very high bladder level too. Oh my God, man. I know I missed 5 comments. Hold on, okay? Let me, give me a minute. How long have I been running here? Jeepers creepers, 4 hours? 5 hours? What? Oh, yeah. All right, where are we at? Oh, shit. Come here. How much time we got? Yeah, okay. All right. Never skip your squats. Celtics by 20. Oh, is it? Oh, it is one of those. Okay, I don't watch it anymore. Sorry. Jesus said, "No man comes to the Father except by me." Yeah, Nathan. No man comes to the Father except by me refers to the Son of Man. You know, when it says that when he appears, he will be like you, I have bad news for you. You are a son of man. Which father are you serving? Read Numbers 23:19 and then decide. Do the works that you do represent your father? Because the son always does what he sees his father doing. There's two sons. There's sons of gods. There's sons of perdition. Two different fathers, two different kinds of son, clean and unclean. He'll take them both. He'll reap where he hasn't sown. So it's like not a judging thing, right? But there we go. All right. Anyway, let's communicate on a personal level. Yeah. Here, communicate this way. You ready? 716-229-1343. Did you get that number? You want to communicate on a personal level? 716-229-1343. Okay. And if you're going to try to hack a landline, you're kind of wasting your time. So I give my number out freely for that reason. Are you an undercover scammer? Why don't you just ask me if I'm an asshole? Sick beard. Want it? There is actually a skull under this thing somewhere. Will you recognize me once it's gone? Let's see. 420. January, February, March, April, 30. So that's 20. So 30 days. What's the date? Oh shit, what is the date? It's not telling me. That's when you know you're retired, when you don't know what day it is. It's Saturday. I paid the bills already. I'm good for a month. Who gives a shit? It's not like I'd look at the news or something. Are you kidding me? Who the hell could watch that mess? I have no idea about anything that's going on, and I could care less. I'm sorry, but I have the peace that transcends all understanding. You guys are going to work it out. And I'll just sit here, and if I start seeing smoke or some shit, I guess I'll worry then. It's the 10th. So that's 20 to 30. 20, 30, 10, 10. Yeah. Is that 20 then? 20 days. 20 days. And I make my departure. My life has mirrored Scripture so much, I might as well do it all the way out. I might even go find me a Mary Magdalene to hook up with, so I can write a different gospel. Have some kids like a normal human being. Mm. Who wouldn't want to have that? And you get to change diapers too. Oh. Take off your top. What? Like my shirt? What? No. No, you don't want to see what's under there. It's getting quiet here. It's kind of nice. Say what? Never underestimate the power of daddy issues. I don't know. I never had one of those. I had some that tried to raise me. That never turned out well. My real father abandoned, you know. Well, I don't know. I don't know if he abandoned or my mom probably threw him out. My mom threw him out is more like it. He, yeah. Like this girl across the street right now. She's actually related to me. Hey, Jeffrey, we're still going. When you walked by before,
Yeah.
I'm still rocking, man.
Yeah.
You still going?
Yeah.
You want a beer yet?
Not yet.
All right. Sorry. Sorry what? Who's saying sorry? We don't want sorry. Sorry's not good. Sorry means something happened bad. I hate that word. It's like fix it before it is sorry. Then you don't have to be sorry. How do you do that? Plan ahead. I really feel blessed sometimes, you know that? It's 5 o'clock somewhere. No, Veronica, it is Amsterdam somewhere. Here's the pain management. What? I just got a brand new saxophone. For real? Hi, bro. Oh, here, man. These things are like, oh, yeah. Did you see my car keys? I should do that one time. That'd be pretty funny. Like hide something in my eyebrow. What is this? You know, pull out a pencil or some shit. Hey, thank you, Satan. Here's to you too. It's kind of weird. Holy crap. See, now that's kind of funny, actually, if you think about it. hide a penny. They're not that big, Giggles. Come on now. I don't know, man. A penny? That'd be hard. Maybe edgewise. All right. Enough with the eyebrows. Admit you're an ex-convict. Yes, it's true. The first time I was arrested when I was 14, I had stolen a car and taken it from Chicago to Metropolis, Illinois. Yes, you know that name, Metropolis, Illinois, the home of Superman. And that is where I was arrested and incarcerated for 3 days in the halls of justice. And then when I went home, oh boy, yeah, that gets better. You know, there's always a second coming, right? The night before I was supposed to go to court for said incident, I went to the gas station where I worked and I stole all the money for the day. Oh, I don't know how much, thousands of dollars it was. And then I didn't know how to turn on the gas pumps, but I started stealing cars from the gas station and gassing them up at a different gas station with my stolen money. And like they were breaking down before these cars were junk. So, so I kept stealing cars. And at the end of it, I wound up stealing 9 cars. This is the night before I'm supposed to go to court. Okay. So what? I would give no, you wouldn't like this beard. You really wouldn't. Oh, but any ex-convict story. So yeah, then I wound up going to court, or the night before I was supposed to go to court, I did all of that, and I even wound up in a high-speed chase, like through my town, driving over lawns. You know, I'm full-on Steve McQueen. Yeah, I was that kid in high school. Hi, remember me? Stay away. And you know what? I probably could have got away, but I have been and always have been and always will be a radio man. Okay, radio. It's amazing to me. It's like God. You can't see this stuff, but it shows up and makes us do things, right? Or does stuff, right? So in my high-speed chase, what we say in that type of industry when you're a wheelman is that you cannot outrun Motorola, which is a police radio. And so I decided, all right, enough. Hey, look, I got 4 people watching and 20 likes. Uh-oh, it just seems like a moment. Maybe I should smoke weed. But yeah, that's what I did the night before I was supposed to go to court. And then the whole thing blew up and played out. I wound up with I had a probation officer that would come to school. So, I would have a PO coming to see me at school. And then I just cleaned up. I never did anything like that before. The whole reason I robbed the gas station and all that stuff was because my own family, guardians or whatever you want to call them, was threatening me with throwing me in jail for taking the family car on a joyride, and to the max kind of thing. I'm pressing full charges. Well, they should have considered maybe that I might try to look up and see, well, what could actually happen if this full charges? And it was like freaking Grand Theft Auto at 14. It's like, what? Yeah. I'm screwed. Seemed like better to just rob a gas station and try to get the hell away, Woo! Yeah, I've had an exciting life, man. Boring long story. Oh well, see you later. Looking Indian, but still talking white. Do you think you're hard because you went to prison? I didn't go to prison. I'm in prison now. We're all in prison. You're in a prison. Sorry. Slave to, I don't know. It depends on how you want to describe it. Your actions, if you will. You reap as you sow kind of thing. Prison? No. What makes you hard is trying to get out of it. And then what softens you and breaks your heart is trying to help others do the same. But yeah. Jesus loves everybody, Hammer. Everybody. You'll be surprised at the people that you will probably meet when you get to wherever you're going. Yep. I live on a beach and eat fish. Oh my God. Help. Please save me. Come get me. Is that really you in your little picture there? Oh, Zoe. Oh my God. Get me the hell out of here. Here, yeah, see? Here. Here. Where is it? See that? Here, that's what I'm supposed to look like. Here, can you help me? Zoe, help me. I'm supposed to go back to that. Help me out, will you? Living on a beach, eating fish. That's where I'm going. You are a good old man. No, I'm a bad person who became a good old man. I don't know. I guess I wasn't that bad. But any bad isn't good. So I just say bad, right? Yeah. I've had my moments. Most of them have been caused by stupid fear, responding to, like what people did to, that thing. It was easy to beat. We just had to sit still so it couldn't move around. But then, you're invading on my pride. It's a conspiracy. It's just a cook. Dude, it's killing people. It wiped out a lot of people that I know, and including in my family, and impacted some of them for the rest of their life. My brother, Michael, he walks around a freaking oxygen tank now. And he's a freaking tank before that, okay? Let me tell you something. Some people say when I show up to a fight, I want Jesus on my side. Fuck that. I wanted my brother, Michael. That dude, okay, Jesus, yeah, you go ahead and pray while the person's kicking your ass. Mike is right there right now. Michael. And he's jacked up now because of that shit. It was a real thing, a real thing. And we didn't take it seriously. We didn't take it. The idea that man made it should have let people know just how freaking dangerous it was. But, we don't take things seriously until it's too late. You can't undo a nuclear bomb, It doesn't happen. You have to stop it before it happens. Just how it is. You gotta love, man. You gotta love. At all costs. And it costs a lot sometimes. A lot. Yeah, I hate even saying that word, it's crap. You're a tough guy. What? You're a tough guy, now you're saved saint. We get it. No. That would be like saying that I'm done. I mean, you just made me cross the finish line. No, that's not how it works. It's like once you know what to do, well, then you do until you can't. There's no retirement here. Shit, that would be great. Why do you think I want to retire after about 40 days of our last Easter? And then I can fulfill prophecy and go disappear somewhere and have a normal life and just say, you know what, I've wasted oh my God, these past 5 years for me. Wow, man. Going from, wow, I don't know what the limits were. Everything looked great. And now, I don't know. I'll be living out of my car, probably, because it's the right thing to do. When you know what I know, the right thing to do is to make sure somehow you can make other people know. And we've jacked this place up with a book because that we don't understand. And here we are. You're off your leash. You don't think you can get murdered? So, oh, please, will you do it for me? Put me out of my misery. Just don't make me suffer. Just all I ask for is quick. Okay? You think I want to be here? I don't live here. I don't live here. This thing that I'm in is here, but I don't live here. I'm like gone already. I see something in front of us that could be the gone that could be here, but people can't grasp it because they want to fight with each other and over a book. Family matters, for Christ's sake. I can say that because it is for Christ's sake. Hi, sweetheart. Hey, Sarah. Kitty, that's true, but there's nothing we can do. Some rich guy wants his meds to sell. Well, no, I mean, yeah, I mean, how do you know? It's hard, right? I mean, think about this. There's a Jewish proverb where it said, you know, I'll just so this rabbi, he takes one of his students to the top of a hill, and he says, "Hey, you know, what do you see?" And he says, "You know, I see, you know, our city and our lands." And he goes, "Well, look further. What do you see?" Well, I don't know. I guess I see everything, even what isn't ours, just everybody's land. And he says, "Do you know what the power of the wind is?" And he says, "Well, the wind is our voice. We speak with it. We talk with it. It blows. The wind blows. Birds fly on it. It's everywhere." And he says, and the rabbi's like, "The ruah, the spirit. It's the spirit." He says, "And the spirit can be a dangerous thing because one day in the future there will be a rabbi that will show up and he will say something profound that the spirit is, you don't know where it's coming from and you don't know where it's going to." And he says, "That's how the wind is. You can see its effects, but can you control it? Not once it's come out of you." And so then he takes the feather pillow and he opens it up and he just opens it into the wind, and all these feather pillows go blowing everywhere. He says, "Those feathers are all the words that you've spoken, right or wrong. I want you to pick the wrong ones and put them back in the bag." And they're already out there. You know, so we don't realize the things that we do, how it just builds on something, right? When you start, if you build it on junk, you can't get any more out of it. It's going to crumble eventually. And that's all that we keep seeing with what this world tries to do. We're just in a loop of cycles. It's going to go that way. All the prophecies will just be fulfilled over and over and over. It's amazingly simple and pathetic that we can't see it. Solomon saw it. It's just the same thing over and over and over. Are all the things that have happened in Scripture, the names, it's kind of funny. The name doesn't change as far as Yahweh is concerned, but the physical names might change. But the components of the stories, it's like taking a test sheet. Remember that thing where you used to draw the little dots, when you used to take the test, if you're old enough, and used to draw all these little, you used to color in the circles, and then the teacher, to check it, would just take this thing with a bunch of holes in it and go, yeah, he could just quickly check it. It's what we're into. It's what we're into. It's like we're being filtered, sifted, if you want to say it that. I hate, I hate to throw the Satan stuff in there, but it is what it is like. And God has some kind of a magic thing that all the crap just goes back in, and then he takes away what's good, and then he keeps on going. And so we get in, like I said, we're in a loop or a cycle. We just keep going. When it talks about in the book of Daniel that the last beast crumbles what's left into dust, into nothing, that's talking about literally any real guidance from God, significant religious structure. And all of it comes from belief. If you read the words but you don't believe them, what's their power? You got free will. They got nothing. That's where we're God's body, right? And so this stuff just keeps round and around. It's like and this is what Jesus taught us. The kingdom is within you. It's within us. And, well, what else is in you? Well, you're a bag of dirt like me. Right? That's what the Bible says. We're just a pile of dirt, and then it is his spirit that gives us life. So if I was to look at myself in the mirror, I can see a pile of dirt and separate that, and what do I got left? Well, I guess that's that spirit thing. Well, kind of makes us responsible, doesn't it? We have all the keys. We know all the doors. And we have tried to pick all the locks. And it's not working, is it? So again and again and time after time is going to come somebody, and this is in the book of Daniel, that man of intrigue and the guy who understands riddles. When it talks about him fixing things up for 3.5 years, days, whatever it says, dude, 3.5 is just half of 7. Light, dark, both are 7. Half of that is this, and half of it is that. All it is saying about this person is not it's going to be a 3.5 year period. It's just going to be a half a time. A half a time. A time for that time to happen, which is a time's time, and then a half of a time, which is light or dark, day or night. Notice that night comes first. One day, someday, one day, oh God, Lord, please let there be the day, even today, that there will be no more night. It doesn't mean that it's going to be bright outside. It's saying that we will walk in the light. We'll understand the law. We'll understand love. We'll understand the Spirit. We'll understand that the Lord, who forms light and creates darkness, makes peace and creates evil. I told you so! Is inside of you. And that free will is either going to build a kingdom or it's going to create a hell. Bravo. Bravo. I'm an atheist. So are you saying that you don't believe in anything? Hams to go? What is the chat? Slow? Oh. So you don't believe in yourself? Long. Here we go. There's always a bit of stream delay, so it takes. Okay, yeah. Don't waste time on explaining. Then I'm waiting. I was just impatiently waiting. I get it. So you don't believe in yourself then? You don't believe that you're a god? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Shithead, shit the bed. What? You are correct. I don't believe in God. You're not answering my question. Are you saying that you don't believe that you are a God? Answer that question. Are you a God? Hamilton? Is it Hamilton? Hams to go. That's because you seek him. He's inside you, Randy. You don't believe you're a God. Okay, well then I would say that you are serving a God that you don't know. And here's why I would say that. Because according to the God that I worship, I'm a pile of dust and dirt. And the only thing that gives me my life force, and again, this is explanatory to me. You don't have to accept this. I appreciate your position. Maybe something might come of it. Maybe not. If it's of man, it'll fail. It's of God, it certainly cannot be stopped, right? That's Gamaliel. So you and I, as being piles of dust, what makes us alive is the spirit that animates that dust, which is the Spirit of God, which means that God is within me and that I am then in him and he is in me, as Jesus said. So that means I am a God, small g, as is every other man in this place, all of us. God of all gods. And that's it. Humans are far from God. That's because you think that God is all wonderful and nice, right? Let me tell you what that book says about our God. It says, I form light and I create darkness. I make peace and I create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. So, since you don't seem to know the God that made you, you're kind of serving the God that you don't know. And it honestly doesn't matter whether you're good or evil because he created it all. So that's why you're serving a God that you don't know. But it's okay because you perish for lack of knowledge. It's all explained. Hook up with the Jesus guy. He'll hook you up, man. Straighten it out for you. I recommend everyone research Neville Goddard. Your body is a temple of God. That's true. We are creators. Our words or thoughts create your reality. That's correct. We are part of a body, of a single body. Okay, you're a temple. Even Mr. Ham's to go that might be seemingly on a different team, conflict, right? I don't consider any of that. The dude's alive. There's somebody typing there, unless it's AI. But if there is a person indeed typing, to me, he has the same exact spirit in me that makes him alive, regardless of our adversity against each other. That is what Jesus was teaching us, okay? Not kill me so you can be forgiven of your sins. Killing him was the worst sin we could have ever committed. When it says he became sin, oh my God, he became the worst sin that could have ever been done. You killed the Messiah. Bravo. We are all one conscious. Sort of. We definitely affect each other, right? And that's where, that's where the negative spirits kind of flow in, right? They cause us to distrust each other. I see that guy over there. Look at him. Oh, he's wearing that black hoodie. He looks like the Mahdi from, where the hell is that guy? He's up in Toronto, ain't it? He's the Messiah and the Pope and everything, apparently. So, and he might be. I don't know. We'll see, right? Do you pray to yourself? No, but you should be a prophet. See, that's what people don't understand about when it says it's a kingdom of priests, prophets, right? Everything that you say has the ability to be truth. If you say something, then make sure that it's truth. That's why you have to be careful and why we're told to not strike oaths and vows and all that kinds of things, because guess what? Remember where Jesus told the parable where he said, one son said he wouldn't, and then he did, and then the one said he would, and then he didn't, and he said which one was more blessed. And it kind of goes back and forth. Who's really blessed in that? When God's will is done, that's when the blessing's done. I don't care how it is that you get to that. You can even lie. Because that's what Rahab did. It's about the spirit of the thing, right? The spirit defines the action. It defines which father is wanting this thing to happen. So you can't go live in the winter. Santa, enjoy. Oh. All right. See you later. A lot of my gripes with faith and mainly, hey, thanks for finally throwing something reasonable out there, Ham. A lot of my gripes with faith and mainly Christianity, and you have every reason to gripe about Christianity, okay? I want to hear, this is something I meant to say earlier, and I jump around too much, but this is something that Gandhi said, okay? Gandhi. He said, this Jesus I like. He says, it's these Christians that concern me. Okay. So he says, a lot of my gripes, actually, I don't know if it's a he, a lot of my gripes with faith and Christianity, mainly Christianity, because it's what I grew up with, and you're seeing it fail, and that it's heavily being pushed by the government because it's not a bad thing, and is used to back people's hatred. That's a very bad thing. That divisive sword is not supposed to be that way. Okay? Let's fast forward, go all the way to the back end of the book. Revelation. Jesus is about to exit. We're done. He's gone. Boom. Now some angel shows up to John and gives a final thing, which is the revelation of Jesus Christ. Now, apocalypse, whatever, the whole thing when it says revelation should just tell you to say it says it was given to Jesus. So it's kind of like this information, this vision was given to Jesus, and he's trying to pass it along. Okay, so you're talking about the Son of God getting a message and then trying to pass that thing to us. I can't concentrate right now because I'm trying to figure out how to explain this. And like pizza trucks are driving by and I'm starving. It's like not fair. Okay, so in the book of Revelation, it says that a rider on a red horse, and it doesn't even matter, but just think of this, is given a great sword that takes peace from the earth. Guess what sword that is? You guessed it, the Bible. So when we see that the Bible is causing the unrest, maybe people should look at that a little bit differently. But the typical mind can't see. Actually, I guess I would say the natural man can't see it. Because you have to understand the purpose of evil, okay? There is actually a purpose of evil. Evil would be this. Uh-oh, I just lost power. There goes my phone. Guess we'll have to go to backup. This stream is apparently about to end. I probably feel within 20 seconds or so. So please check back in. Hams to go. I'm going to get to my backup device here. Sorry, I'm out of power. I'm powerless. And yet you and I, being as sons of God, sons of man, we have all the power that we need. We even have the power to forgive sin, if you can imagine that. Think of the Lord's Prayer. Forgive us as we forgive. Wait a minute. I thought only the Son of Man could forgive. You are a son of man. We, all of us, are sons of man. Which father we serve determines whether we're sons of God or sons of perdition. We're looking for one guy out there. We're looking for one bad man, one antichrist, one bad man. And guess what? Looking in the wrong place. Is that a train? Oh, yeah. He's a lot closer than you think. Go look in the mirror. Do you see abomination standing in the temple? Maybe you should head for the mountains. This one's dead. I'm out. We're done. We did it. We totally killed 2 devices. It'll take me a bit to charge back up, but I'm sure I'll come back out and keep trying because I love you guys. And I can't even see the screen right now. I don't know what anybody's saying or whatever, but it looks like 6 people in there. Hey, our book has gotten us into a lot of trouble. Jesus said, I am the Word. I would say that us being, if we can be like him, are also words. Word, word, word. And his words can't die. They'll never go away. You are a part of that. You are part of quite the amazing thing. I look forward to explaining it to you in depth and in detail, in a peaceful way. We don't fight. Why? Why did nations rage? Because they don't know what they're doing. When you read scripture, look for all the stupid things that don't make any sense. And thank you, Michael Heiser, for pointing that out. I wish we could have connected the rest of the dots together. If you see something weird, camp on it until it makes sense. Because it could be the key that could open up all of them. For me, a big one was that word K-N-O-W. Because Jesus said, I don't know you. But when a man knows a woman, she produces fruit. And so there's your connection. If Jesus didn't know you, he's basically saying that fruit ain't mine. Whose kid is that? Ouch. Damn. Talk about sons of God, sons of perdition. Whose kid is that? Man, that's like that's worth recharging and starting the whole damn thing. Oh, I should write a book, huh? Whose kid is that? Where Jesus shows up and says, I never knew you. And it fits, doesn't it? This book is very easy to understand, guys. Very easy. Please, if you know any theologians, pastors, preachers, whatever, I can show them because they already have it. They got all the nuts and bolts. I just need to rearrange a couple things for them so they figure it out. And then those guys, not me, I can disappear and go live my life. Thank God, finally. Try and fix it again and put it back. And then you guys can build your shit, okay?